We're back at the Borgata Poker Open, and from a field of 2,837 entrants, we're down to the final table and the almighty million. A $500 buy-in with a $1 million guarantee. We blew that out of the water. Nearly $1.2 million in the prize pool. One of these guys is going to take home $178,000 for first place. Watch along with us as we play down to a winner. Welcome to the Borgata Poker Open. We're here with the final table of the $500 Almighty Million event. $1 million guaranteed from 2,837 entrants. We're down to the final 8, playing for $178,000 up top. I'm Terrence Reed, here with the one and only Ashley Frank, a.k.a. Poker Face Ash. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you. Hello, hello. Excited to be here.
Well, we have an exciting final table, a fantastic lineup, a bunch of pros, and as well as some relative newbies. We're going to look around the table here. We are coming in with one dominating chip stack. You're about to see him in seat 3. Hayden Hetland has the majority of the chips, 113 million of the chips in play. There's only 283 million total. So he comes in as the dominating chip stack. Recently turned 21 years old. $0 on the Hendon mob for live tournaments, but certainly more accomplished and more experienced in poker than that might suggest.
Yeah, so super cool to see him. This is a pretty fun first score to put on the Hendon mob.
Could you imagine your first score being a win? Well, that's what he's probably imagining as he comes in with the chip lead, but more work to be done. There are 7 guys that would like to stand his way. The chip stack's listed right there on top. Conveniently, they'll update as we play throughout the day. Yeah. A lot of locals and then a few players from away. There's John Port here from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, only an hour or so away from Borgata here in Atlantic City.
What's the 3,500 starting tomorrow?
So, tour here from Sakane, Pennsylvania. Notice those lifetime earnings, 56K, largest CAC 7K. I think 6 of the 8 of these people are playing for their largest score ever. There are a couple of people with over 1 million in earnings who have quite a bit of experience and been playing pro for a long time. And then there's others who don't play professionally. So it should be an interesting mix of players as we play down to a winner today.
Yeah, it looks like an interesting mix, and it's always fun to see people get their biggest score. So this will be a fun one.
Well, Hayden has already secured his biggest live score. And he's got some friends and family out there supposedly watching. So shout out to you all. If you're in the chat, say hi, root, and let us know who you're rooting for as we get our first hand of poker underway. We're playing blinds of 600,000, 1.2 million. The average stack currently is just under 24 big blinds.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. 8 4.
2.5.
Looks like Kharlin Sued will be first to raise into the pot on this final table with his ace-jack offsuit and a sneeze.
Yeah, and I do recognize him. I played with him a little bit, and he definitely always came across as a solid player. And I think he's had some decent runs, even in the World Series this summer. So it's cool to see him at this final table.
We got an immediate 3-bet jam from Matt with the ace-4 offsuit. We'll see if this gets through. Kind of scary to be going all on your very first hand, but Kharlin's got ace-jack off and chooses to lay it down.
Cards like that. It's different cards.
Yeah, folding for half a stack there, and that jam was a little over, I believe, 20 bigs. As a very bold move there, first hand final table. Ace-4 offsuit, bluff jam. You love it.
Matt Wolf there with the 3-bet jam from Long Island. He's got some experience. He said his greatest poker accomplishment is coming 219th place in the WSOP main event. So that's a pretty deep run there.
Yeah. Picks up a nice pot there without having to see 5 cards. Always a good result when you're at a final table like this.
Interesting to see. He is not one of these shortest stacks. He's kind of middle of the pack, but that didn't stop him from immediately laying down the law and setting the tone.
Yeah, usually that's a spot where, you want the short stacks to kind of have to jam. As a middling stack, you just kind of want to wait it out. And so he's not scared. He's
Apparently not. Speaking of short stacks, so that is Habib Zamzami with 7 million. That means he has just under 6 big blinds. He's the one that just folded there with the deuce 4 offsuit. Meanwhile, our chip leader Hayden getting involved for the first time opens up the 6-6 to the min sizing of 2.4 million plus 2.
I'm so sorry. I see 8. Fold 8.
Joseph in the uncomfortable position as a middle stack with a mediocre hand facing a raise from the chip leader. We'll see how involved he wants to get. The answer is 0. Folds the queen jack off and just moves on.
Yeah, being a middling stack and having someone so short, you really just want to minimize risk at this point. So, I can see not wanting to get involved, especially against the chip leader who can put absolute pressure on you. You just can't withstand it right now as there's some short stacks that you hope bust.
Something tells me Matthew in C2 would have been happy to withstand it.
Matthew's ready to rumble.
All right, we have an open from Hayden again, 2 hands in a row. The king jack off, but does get shoved on by our short stack. Habib Zamzami putting in his 7 million. If you're Hayden, of course, you don't want to just give chips away, but once you put in 2.4, if somebody raises to 7, is this just you're priced in?
I think so, being chip leader, and yeah, he's just going to hope he's 60-40 in this spot, but obviously not the result he wants as he is crushed. But you're just going to hope your opponent has a hand like ace-10, even ace-queen. You don't mind, obviously, getting a 60-40 spot, or you're just flipping with a smaller pair. But in this case, he's crushed. Habib well ahead, and Hayden now needs to catch a king or some sort of straight to win this hand.
Very safe ace-4 deuce for the ace-jack. Hayden drawing 3% equity, nearly dead. Often turns will be so.
What's the count?
Taps the table, says nice hand. Now, the 7 million obviously much more important to Habib than Hayden as he came into this hand with 117. And as a chip leader, there are worse things than keeping the short stack around, right? That's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's actually, not the worst case scenario for a big chip stack because it forces those middling stacks to kind of dwindle down a little bit, which as a middling stack is extremely annoying in these spots because you want the short stacks to bust so bad because the short stacks have 0 ICM implications being the short stacks, so they have nothing to lose, and the middling stacks just kind of have to wait it out.
Well, all right.
Obviously, the rest of the table rooting for the chip leader in that spot, but it didn't come through. There's a breakdown, though. You can see the chip disparity. Hayden with 92 big blinds. The rest of them between 10 and 36. More than double his closest opponent. In complete control. I'd like to share a story about Hayden. We already said he's 21 years old and recently started playing tournament poker. Or live tournament poker, that is. He came here, was thinking about attending an event in Denver. Friend talked him into coming out here instead. He's from the West Coast in Seattle. Fired 3 bullets in this thing, went 0 for 3 in the first 3.
Okay.
Then, reset button, went to grab some dinner, left his wallet.
Uh-oh.
Turned around to go find his wallet, and it was still there, but somebody had stolen all the cash in the wallet.
Oh, my gosh.
So all of a sudden, he doesn't have money to buy into another event. Another bullet into this event. Put a $100 parlay on a sports bet through the BetMGM app.
Oh, this is phenomenal.
Hit the parlay, got his $3K back, bought back into the event, and now has made the final table.
What?
Could you imagine? Crazy. What a story.
That's a sick kind of degen story. Feels like it's very gambly. We love it.
You know, when you get your wallet stolen, there's only one thing to do, and that's lay down a sports parlay and hope for the best.
Parlay that. Well, it worked out for him in this case. Lesson learned. Gamble. When you lose all your money, just put your last dollar in a parlay, guys.
What a great story for BetMGM.
Yes,
though.
that's
We've got
incredible.
sports, we've got poker. If one doesn't work, use the other.
He could potentially turn that into a very large sum of money today.
Have you ever lost a wallet or had your wallet stolen?
No.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But
I don't carry cash on me either.
as you're a poker player, what?
I know. I get so much crap from all my friends for this.
Yeah.
It drives them crazy. I'm always asking them for money. In fact, I think I borrowed some cash from you at one point.
Yeah, that did happen. I remember that.
I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Yeah, overwhelming chip leader with second place in chips with 35 big blinds is kind of crazy, the spread here. So it'll be interesting to see how the short and the middling stacks kind of maneuver here and try to build up a stack so they can get heads up against the overwhelming chip leader as it stands now.
Really annoying to fold even more so than tournament poker requires.
Exactly.
We'll see how these guys respond to this position.
Yeah, and right now it's anybody's game in the sense of you never know what can happen. And we've seen crazy things happen, especially at final tables. Kevin waking up with pocket queens here.
And we see John now the short stack with 10 big blinds. Look at nines and lets it go. Look at this, just what you were talking about. And it may save him because Kharlin on the button has ace-king offsuits. So his nines were going to be dominated and flipping against Kharlin.
Yeah, and I've actually seen that spot a lot where it looks like a tight fold, but given the ICM implications, given the dynamics, given just all the factors, it's actually not that tight. It's actually a nice spot to fold, just considering, again, the ICM implications.
Now with the hand at play with these two massive hands, if you're Kevin and opening from early position in a mid stack and then you still see a 3-bet from Kharlin, yes, you have pocket queens, but your hand screams strength and you're still getting 3-bet.
Yeah.
Is this hand just too strong to ever consider getting away from?
In my opinion, just with what the big blind is, so what he has about 15 big blinds or so behind-ish, yeah, you're just going to be ripping it here.
And we'll go to a classic flip in tournament poker, queens versus kings. Spin the wheel.
Big spot. The short stacks are loving this right now. The shorter stacks, anyway.
This is what you get by folding the pocket nines is money. Sometimes it's just handed to you.
Money in your pocket. If we can see an elimination here, Kevin at risk.
Ace in the window. Clubs are working, but Kharlin jumps well into the lead. A king is actually a good card for Kevin. Gives him more outs. 6 outs once. Not there.
Huge catch there for the ace-king and knocks out our first player at this final table.
First elimination, one of the strongest players in the field, Kevin Grabel from Philadelphia, has been playing pro for quite some time.
Good point.
Exits in 8th for $17,350. Good run, Kevin. Queens versus ace king, what can you do?
Yeah, nothing in that spot with how many big blinds he had. He's just got to see all 5 cards. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. GG's to Kevin.
Kevin does have $1.2 million in live earnings, including his largest cash just last month at the Parks Casino for $132K. So
amazing. So he's on a nice little run here.
good couple of months for this man, and I'm sure we'll see him more. Maybe even at the main event here at Borgata.
Very fun main event. So now next elimination will be guaranteed 21-9, 7th place. Nice chunk of change now for these guys who bought in for $500.
What a spin up. And this is the kind of thing that tournament poker gives you that cash just can't. You know, buying for $500 with a chance to make $170,000+.
That's what gets you. That's why we all play, right?
Get you.
Yep, they got me. Love tournaments.
John, our man who just folded the nines to an open a moment ago, will open the king-jack suited from early position. Probably just on the cusp of openable hands.
Exactly, yeah. It's kind of going to be at the bottom of your opening range in this spot. But it looks like he raised off of a 10 big blind stack.
8-4, 1-4.
I think you're right. Not unheard of.
No, it's actually, so it's one of those things where if you can kind of, it looks really, really strong, so you can mix in some mergey type hands to do that with, because you might get it through some of the time, or you just like in this situation, you can get heads up against the big blind and pick up some chips. So if you're balancing it with hands like aces or kings, you can do it with hands like this that have blockers, so king X combinations and stuff like that. So it's not, it's a spot where you can kind of try to get away with it.
Yeah, I like that. And if you get 3-bet and 4-bet, you can just fold.
Easy fold, exactly, yeah. So if you're going to pick a hand, one like this isn't the worst.
And a flop
Ooh.
like this might earn him all the money when he might not have beforehand.
Exactly. And big blind, again, another sub 15 big blind stack. You know, he gets to defend with a really pretty hand like king 10 suited. And I would imagine the money gets in.
So
We'll see how they play this. Yes, they're both extremely short, relatively speaking. Both about less than 12 bigs to start the hand for both of them.
All in.
Yeah, 9 million in the pot, only 6.5 behind for John.
Call.
All
He's
in and
not
call.
folding. And Habib is not going to like what he sees. Needs running cards in order to not double up the otherwise short stack John.
Yeah, John in a great spot here to double, and this kind of worked exactly how he planned. Oh, here's a straight card.
Oh my. Running. Oh, both of them get there. Habib thought he got there with the straight, as did I, but the flush comes in.
John says, nope, I win the hand. Doesn't move. He knows he won it. He was looking for those spades.
Stoic, that man sat there. Unfazed.
Yeah, he thought he caught the straight. Seat 4 thought he caught the straight. He did, but John caught the flush.
That leaves Habib even shorter than he was before the double through Hayden, with only 3.8 million in stack.
Yeah, that hand couldn't worked out better for John, just raising off of a, really short stack, getting heads up with the big, and both flopping top pairs. Just very, very nice spot for him, and now just like that, he's 4th in chips.
Sometimes we see 10 big blinds and we just feel like our only move is all in.
Exactly. There's an art to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's ways to maneuver with that stack other than just shoving. So.
And if he did shove, likely wouldn't have been called by the king 10.
Exactly.
He wouldn't have got all those chips and butterfly effect in full display.
Mm-hmm.
John looks down at 7, or Joseph looks down at 7-6 suited. It's the hand that, deep stack in a cash game or early in a tournament, you just love to see.
Oh, yeah.
And short stack, its value just goes down so much, we just have to fold.
Yeah, 7-6 of hearts is going to get you in a lot of trouble if you aren't deep stacked. So it's a hand you just got to let go of in these spots when you don't have chips, because you're going to flop a lot of hands that need to see all 5 cards. A lot of hands that, or you have bluffing opportunities, but you can't with the short stack. Mike in the big blind with a double down hand, not suited. But imagine this is going to be one that just hits the muck. It does fold. Kharlin just gets to put pressure on, especially kind of raising a hand like an offsuit ace. You block some strong hands that your opponents behind you might shove with. So, yeah, as a bigger stack, you just kind of get to assert aggression a lot, put pressure on those shorter stacks.
There's our stacks in chip seat order, and if Kharlin wasn't already in a tough spot as second in chips, he also has a chip leader 2 seats to his left, one of the worst positions. So he's just kind of handcuffed so often with the chip leader behind him.
Yeah, you don't really want to play big pots against the chip leader. You're really incentivized to kind of pick off blinds off the middling stacks and hopefully, obviously, knock out the short stacks.
Joseph's very deliberate with his actions, even with hands he knows he's not opening. Does take the full beat there before letting it go. Sometimes you see that when there's multiple tables in play and you're a short stack. When there's one table, it's just seems to be his routine.
Yeah, as long as you stay consistent, you don't take too much time. It's more than reasonable.
Habib, 2 big blinds in play now that we've gone up to 800, 1.6 million blind level. So he knows he has to get it in, otherwise he's going to be forced in when the big blind comes around. Our first blind versus blind battle is between Mike and John.
That can't be a raise.
Yeah,
Oh,
it has to be 3.2.
3.2.
3.2, yeah.
Mike realizes that we've gone up a blind level and his min raise needs to be 3.2. So either way, it gets the job done as John lets go the 6-4 off. Here's our payouts if you haven't seen them, what we're fighting for today. Next eliminated gets $21,903, while up top, the big prize today, $178,065. And that's going to be the largest score of most of these players' career. So before you come down to a final table, when you know you're fighting for $178,000 the night before, what's sleep like? Is it, you've been in this spot a couple of times, coming back to big spots.
Yeah.
Do you think about it? Do you overanalyze? Do you study? Or do you just try to keep your normal routine?
Ooh, that's a great question. The nerves, I think it's mostly excitement, the nerves, the possibility of turning $500 to $178,000 is pretty cool.
100%.
I do try to, of course, you want to try to do your homework. You want to do your due diligence in the sense of trying to give yourself the best opportunity to win. And if that means studying my opponents, maybe checking out their Instagram accounts and their Hendon mobs and all that, just to kind of see who they are, how they might, approach poker or a final table, or how experienced or inexperienced they are. I think that's all important to do. So yeah, I would do a little studying and then also just kind of try to make sure I get some sleep, eat, maybe a little caffeine. But it's hard to sleep the day before a final table.
Absolutely. Habib here does move in his last 2 big blinds with Queen Jack off.
Yeah, there's both players still in the hand, completely crushed too.
No, both dominated. A dominated Jack and a dominated Queen. John decides to call, try to do the dirty work himself of eliminating the short stack.
Yeah, for less than 2 big blinds, or it looks like 2 big blinds exactly. They're going to try and knock out the short stack here.
A lot of times you see a lot of checking in a situation like this.
Yeah, it's kind of an unspoken thing. Good luck to Habib, who's all in. Oof.
A 5 catapults Joseph into the lead and leaves Habib drawing thin on the King 7-5 flop.
Does have diamonds, running diamonds.
Seven does help a little bit, as a Queen will now give him a better 2 pair than Joseph. So Queen or Jack for Habib. Not there. And with that check through, Habib will see the bad news.
Unfortunate, as he had his opponents pretty dominated there. And we're going to have another elimination. So he's taking home about $21,000 for a 7th place finish.
Good game, buddy.
Big congratulations to Habib Zamzami of Brooklyn, New York. Self-employed man. Greatest poker accomplishment, you know what he said?
This final table?
Making this final table today. So I know it's not the result he might have dreamt of as he came in. However, it is still an impressive run. Congratulations on the 7th place finish. Enjoy that $21,903. Waking up to that check in the bank always makes it feel a little better.
Very much so. And for the remaining 6, they just had a 6K payday. So it's always fun to get a nice little pay jump here as you're still surviving and staying alive in the tournament. So next place will pay $28,000.
Matt's from under the gun with pocket 6s off of about 15 bigs. An awkward situation.
Yeah, this is a spot where I think these hands are close to being folds or jams.
Really, all 3 options.
You really do.
Yeah.
You can lean towards fold min raise, jam. In this play, it's nice because you get a lot of hands to fold. However, in this case, the small blind wakes up with ace queen off.
This is an interesting spot given they have very similar stack sizes. And he knows an under the gun shove is not light. Probably trying to put a range together for his opponent. What would he shove here? Is it all pocket pairs? Is he folding the worst pocket pairs? Is he even doing this with ace 10, ace jack?
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Ace queen really a hand you'd rather be putting the pressure on with than calling all ins, but it's still a very strong hand.
Yeah, you're going to be ahead a lot of a decent portion of Matt's shoving range here, so it's kind of a spot you're like kind of need to go with most of the time, I would suggest.
There's a lot.
It's a very, with ace queen off, it's obviously, you know, you don't absolutely love it, but your hand's just really good.
There's a lot of ICM pressure, of course, as we've talked about over and over. There's a lot of risk premium where you need a stronger hand than just what's good against his range because of the payouts, and he agrees that this is a fold. When you really think about it, if he's not shoving ace 10, even if he's not shoving ace jack, which we're not sure of, then we're left with pocket pairs, which we're flipping with, and bigger aces, which we're crushed by. So,
which is why I think he found the fold there. And I didn't realize, but undergun player actually had about 15 bigs, so that shove made total sense. I was thinking he had more like 20 big blinds.
Right.
So yeah, shove there with pocket pair under the gun, 15 bigs, totally a great spot because you get hands like that to fold. You get hands that have overcards like king, queen off, even is finding a fold there. So yeah, great spot, great pickup for him.
It's one of those spots where both players could have done multiple different decisions.
Exactly.
And, you know, can't really... There's arguments to be made for all of them.
Exactly.
The tight play is oftentimes something you'll see when there's big pay jumps in play.
And tight folds is kind of how you move up and ladder on final tables like this, too. You don't want to get yourself in marginal spots as often as possible.
And it's one of those, if he flipped over pocket sixes and showed his opponent what he had, then what are you supposed to do?
Exactly. There's still a decision there.
Right. So you don't,
even if you saw his hand,
you don't love it. And so if you look at those sixes and know that you're in a flip and decide to fold, then congratulations, you just played perfect poker by folding.
Exactly.
Now it's John with the ace queen off, raising from the cutoff. John is a stoic man. His facial expression has not changed. Double up, losing pots, folding. This guy is here, and he is locked in.
Yep, locked in, and he's remaining calm and picking good spots.
Represent. Let's go.
Catches a good hand there with ace queen.
What's up, guys?
I was just about to say not a super talkative table. We haven't heard many words shared between the players.
I think that from my experience, it's pretty standard starting out, right? You're kind of serious. You want everyone also to let at the table know, hey, I'm here to play, I'm here to win. Also, too, it's fun to have, you know, a little banter, some fun, and see people loosen up a little bit. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more talk as the day goes on.
I think typically the bigger the pay jumps and the bigger the prize pool, the less talking you get. But on live stream, sometimes you get the people who like to put on a show.
Right, and for a lot of these players here, this is their biggest score. So if I was them, I would also be a bit nervous and excited and probably stay pretty focused and locked in.
Mike opens up the action with a slightly bigger than minimum raise at 3.7 with the ace 10 off. Suited hand from our chip leader. Something tells me he's itching to get involved, but we'll see. Obviously, suited hands in the big blind with a big stack. Very defendable. Must exercise caution on king-high flops, though, as so often our under-the-gun player has us dominated.
Guy piles fucking 18 blinds under the gun. He just piles it in. 18 blinds. There's 2 stacks shorter than him. I had ace queen off in the small blind. I just fucking pitched it. Yeah, dude. No, I wasn't ever going, but I still have to like put on like, but like, you know, ace queen O. Dude, jacks plus ace king.
Flops hearts here.
Not tens plus ace king. Even if he has like, dude, he just doesn't have ace jack. So I'm like, I have 15, so 14 and a half right now. But like, there's 2 stacks that I'm directly conflicted with right now. We already got 2 elims, so we'll see.
Just letting our boy talk there.
Grabel had the flip.
I think he's forgetting he's a little bit mic'd up here.
Yeah.
And he's talking to his boys off the rail, explaining kind of exactly what TJ said here. Is our opponent never has ace-jack ripping under the gun, so you're either absolutely crushed or you're flipping, and you don't know if you want to take that spot because of the shorter stack. So we just got a little inside scoop there from the mind of the player who had the ace-queen.
We'll take the guest commentary help any day,
Yeah.
especially when he agrees with exactly what we say.
Yeah, the hand developing here where we get our big blind to, he bets turn into Mike, and Mike finds the call with just ace high. And now we're to the river here where hearts brick off. Big blind can have so many hands in this spot as he's going to have a wide range, whereas Mike's range is a little bit capped. So now what is Hayden going to do? Is fire another barrel here, and unless Mike sniffs this out, it should get through, I would imagine.
See how big Hayden decides to go. Mike knows that a lot of draws missed on this river. Of course, 10-jack does get there, but he has a 10 in his hand.
He does block it. Yeah.
And Hayden doesn't go huge, just 8 into 16, half pot. He knows the big stack will likely be putting a lot of pressure on him and trying to get him to fold better hands. This is just ace high. Will he put on his hero cape? Nope. Chooses to preserve those chips, understanding how valuable they are right now. Even if he believed that his chip leader was pushing him around,
Yep.
kind of handcuffed there.
Yeah, 8 million was about a third of his stack, so you really have to be careful. Every decision matters. Every big blind, I say this all the time, every big blind matters in these spots, every single one. So he chooses to let it go, as the big blind can have a lot of like value hands there. He's trying to get called by, you know, ace highs with a pair. So he just lets it go. And kind of a nice sizing on the river there. It looks like a catch-all sizing, probably trying to target ace highs. So it's very nice size to kind of get a bluff through there.
Yeah, and if Joseph called him was wrong, he would have become our overwhelming short stack
Exactly.
in a very dangerous situation. As he is, 15 bigs, workable.
Hold on. One there. Brown stack.
Miss Steele?
Yeah.
Miss Steele? I'll take another one.
Where'd you have that first one?
Which hand?
The very first one. I raised it down, needed.
You have me beat.
I made a big fold to you as well, my friend.
Just now?
Yeah, just
You
now.
probably had me beat.
Yeah, we are gonna see it. I mean, good luck.
No fear there from
I
seat
probably
2.
made a bad fold. If you're saying that,
I think you probably did.
do you have like ace 10 or ace jack?
You had worse than ace jack?
Yes.
You had worse than ace jack?
No, we're talking about the first one.
Oh, I was gonna say. that's a
No, I had
disaster.
aces both times.
All right,
Watch
Our
the
first
stream.
lie at the
Yeah.
table.
I did. I had aces both times.
fair enough.
All we have to do is say there's not enough talking, and suddenly
We love it.
I had aces
They're
one
loosening up.
hand
The
and
pay
one
jumps are
other.
coming.
now the players are just realizing that there's a TV in the corner that's going to be showing this live stream. So
I had 2 aces.
We're going to see their heads turning a lot
Yep.
now.
Ace jack, you were telling the truth.
They may have to turn that off.
Wow.
successful
I don't even-
bluff
let's focus
until
on
they
what
realize
we got
there's a
right now.
TV showing all the hands.
Oh, ace 4 I had.
Oh my god.
Man, this I don't like this.
Joseph's
He's
not a
getting
big fan.
exposed. He's getting exposed for his
Oh, I
pocket
feel
sixes
horrible
jam.
about my fold now.
Joseph realizing that this guy is willing to put in ace 4 as a 3-bet bluff all
maybe I
in.
didn't have 2 kings. I mean, 3.
Maybe that ace queen fold isn't his favorite decision
I
now.
respect it. Nice hand.
And then you laid down ace jack. Wow.
Big blind gets to defend a nice one.
I'm gonna check
Queen
dark, my
9
friend over
raise
there.
cutoff. Checks dark.
I mean, this is bullshit.
How do you feel about the dark
They're playing
checks?
hands we played 10 minutes ago, right in front of us. What is going on?
This is great.
Oh, sorry. Loving this talking right now. How do I feel about the check dark? Is that what you asked? Never a fan of the dark check. Not a fan. It just takes one option away from you. It
Yep,
doesn't give you give you anything.
Because there are, I think a lot of players maybe don't realize that there's going to be boards you should lead on. There's boards where you can start bluffing on, or even if you flop a super strong hand, you know, yeah, taking an option away from yourself is never ideal. However, it can sometimes throw players off, so I can see some merit if you're playing some street poker as to why you might want to check dark, maybe throw them off. But in general, there are going to be boards you're going to want to lead on.
I've heard some people make some arguments for it, like you don't give them any
Thank you very
timing
much.
tells, you don't, give them any
I'll take 2.
how you check, how you respond, all these things. So
Appreciate it.
yeah, you take a decision
And
in
I
a way,
guess
and
there's no
maybe
reason not to
it throws
watch-
your opponents
watch-
off a little
watch
bit.
the
Phil
video.
Hellmuth does it all the time, and he's one of the best
Hey,
tournament poker
yeah.
players in the game. So who am I to say? Personally, I never do it.
Same.
Yeah, you're a savage, man.
He is a savage.
I can't believe I.
Although,
folded.
I mean,
Like,
you
my
are going to be
hands look
checking
worse
a
than yours,
ton out of
buddy.
position, but there are instances in when
Ready to screen?
you can
Yeah.
put pressure on your opponent
That's exactly
by
what I had.
leading flops.
Oh, we don't know what he has that hand yet. Though. No, I know.
Now they're all so intrigued
Yeah.
by the the TV.
Matt in C2 has livened up the table via 2 all-ins that have his opponents doubting their plays. Joseph in particularly, we heard him giving the commentary to his buddies on the rail. Now he hates his fold.
And we'll see too now how players adjust and how he adjusts. They know he's now has some light shoves in his range, so he's gonna have it
Might loosen them up just a little bit.
little bit.
Here, man.
Yeah, it's
A lot of
crazy.
collision.
Get a limp with a 7 deuce suited in the small blind. John checks his option with the jack 4 off.
Just wait till we see what I had that hand on the queen 9-8 board.
A big flop for both in a blind versus blind battle. It's hard to make a pair. John's the only one who does, but Mike flops a flush draw, and we'll see a free turn.
Not flipping, you know.
This time it's the truth.
Yeah, it's a truth.
What do you do as Mike here?
3.2.
Gives himself multiple options to win the pot by betting the turn with a flush draw, especially as John's shown the propensity to be fairly tight, attacks that third pair, and John just gives it up.
Yeah, blind versus blind pairs are really good. Plus, your opponents can just have a lot of bluffs that they start bluffing on the turn. As you saw right there, he had a heart drop, but he probably didn't want to have to face a river decision, decides to just let it go early.
Can I get a seat change so I can watch the
Hayden's still our chip leader. 114 million.
He really hasn't had too much to go to battle with. He's raised a few hands, but fairly balanced as far as the players that are getting involved with these hands. Something I wasn't sure if we'd see given the overwhelming chip lead, but everyone kind of willing to play their ranges appropriately and take each decision as it comes.
Right, yeah, and I think a lot of players as chip leader, they think it's their job to just knock out everybody, and there is still a finesse to it. You don't want to just spew chips. You also want to assert aggression, so there's a balance.
As we bring it up, getting involved, this is the first real interesting collision between the 2 biggest stacks of the table. Kharlin opens under the gun, and Hayden does realize that this is not the guy to tangle with light 3-bets, perhaps. But as you said, some people might look at that and be like, this is the guy I want to put all the pressure on.
Yep,
So,
exactly.
2 very different approaches.
Yep, and you can go either way there, and if you really want to kind of take it to the streets, you could have put in a 3-bet and really put a lot of pressure on Kharlin there. Is it Kharlin? Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Kharlin.
By the way, do you have me?
I've actually played at his table quite a few times, even this summer
I'll just let you wait and
in
watch.
Vegas.
I mean, I figured.
Definitely looked like a studied player, a good player, and I always kind of felt like I had to
I
watch
had
out
the
for
nuts,
him.
bro.
He's still
I had
second
the
in
nuts.
chips.
The nuts?
Yes.
I have a decent ace.
How do we feel about Kharlin's hoodie?
Oh, okay.
I think he's probably trying to be foreshadowing here.
Champion.
Yeah, he wants to win, I'm sure.
I like the hoodie. I like the foreshadowing. I like the message. Not a big fan of it stretching all the way to both arms, as you can't read it when he's
Right.
sitting down.
Right. It is a big font there.
Sorry about that.
He wants to be champion today and take home $178,000. All these players started with a $500 buy-in. A nice chunk of change for these final table players. I unfortunately had a fairly quick exit in this one, which you'll be seeing on Instagram very shortly.
Yeah, I heard maybe 3 hands, something like that.
Yeah, I played a total of 3. My last one was a fun one, which I'm going to be posting about. All right, well, we have a monster. He gets a walk with the pocket.
Kings in the big blind. You hate to see it. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Pretty much every message is in here supporting our chip leader, Hayden.
It's going to be 7.
Let's go big red, we see over and over and over. Come on, red. Red bringing it up for Suited Up. This man is well loved. Shout out to all the friends he has out in Seattle and all over the country.
I think one of the funnest.
Close up to the dealer up there.
I think one of the funnest things for me at a final table is sharing that experience with your close friends and family and having a rail. So shout out to the chat. It's always fun to have support. For me personally, it's one of my favorite things about making a deep run is sharing it with those you love. It just makes it so much fun.
Suited Up gang in the house. We're here for it.
Nothing like a deep run and being cheered for and having support and laddering up. It's literally the reason why we play poker tournaments is for this feeling, and this final table has been a fun one so far. Joseph takes his time and throws his hand into the muck. Nobody has a hand to play with on this one, so Mike is going to get it through.
Wow,
nice fold, Johnny.
good fold, John.
Johnny.
Atta boy.
Something tells me from the chat that this might be one of Hayden's first live tournaments, but he's probably seen more poker hands than most people have in their lifetime.
I would imagine. Especially a lot of online hands. Easy to see a lot of hands playing online.
Well, a couple ladders for everybody thus far after Kevin and Habib have exited the tournament area. 6th place, $28,000 for the next person eliminated, but first place, $178K. That's what everyone has their eyes on.
Shout out to Lady No Muck in the chat. Appreciate the kind words, my friend. We'll see you soon.
3.6.
3.6 is the wager.
Lucky
And it's
number.
Kharlin Sued. Thanks for the help. So
I like this.
apparently it's not Kharlin Sued. We're going to go with Kharlin, according to
Kharlin.
multiple assists from
Thank
the chat.
you for the assist,
Cards
guys.
have, like, a little bit
Kharlin.
of
Awesome.
Like a bow, yeah.
Kharlin. Mike wakes up with ace queen again.
Over to Hayden in the big blind with 2 Broadway cards. Does see a raise from under the gun. Always indication of a strong hand. And 2 Broadway cards, good enough to see a flop in his mind.
Absolutely.
Suited Up gang.
It is tough in the big blind when you have a king, and if a king comes out, you don't love it because you're likely dominated by a under the gun range. But nevertheless, we're going to see a flop here. What a flop for the ace queen. However, Hayden has a gut shot and 10 high flush draw. But this flop does highly favor the under the gun range.
Interesting board. Mike going to be incentivized to bet very small with such a strong hand. And Hayden, looking at this price, dreams of a jack on the turn.
Yeah, that's one thing about betting small. It's really nice. You keep a very wide range in, especially hands like gut shots. You get value from a lot worse. And you just have it flopping top too. It's always nice.
No dream jack on the turn for Hayden, just looking at king high. And Mike, top two,
Stay to the right.
likely trying to figure out how to get all the chips in. Look at this. Jennifer Miller saying that his family's watching from JT's Sports Bar.
Nice.
Very cool. His mom's in the chat. Shout out. Love the support for our chip leader. This hand doesn't go his way. He does get out of there before investing any more with king high, and top two good enough to take it down. There's our current standings after our blinds went up to 1.6 million. Hayden has 67 bigs still. John Port, our short stack, just behind Joseph and Matt with 12, 13, and 13 respectively.
Yeah, three very, very short stacks here, relatively speaking. And so we're going to have to see some chips moving shortly, as short stacks have no ICM implications, meaning they just get to go all in and either double up or exit the tournament, as yeah, the shortest stack is 12 big blinds and then two 13 big blind stacks.
But when you have 12, 13, 13, and you are one of the short stacks, yes, you're looking to double, of course, but you can also just fold while the other two go crazy,
Exactly.
if that's happening. So it's a weird dynamic of you never want to be the next one to bust.
Absolutely.
Back to that king 10 had a second go with the ace queen. A lot of chip leaders in that spot, when they flop any equity, feel the need to just put all sorts of pressure on. Obviously, that time it wouldn't have worked, and he would have lost a ton of chips. So do you like seeing that restraint from a chip leader and picking your spots carefully?
I do, because that flop ace queen X is just going to highly favor the under the gun range. So you can't just go crazy on that type of board, and he was right, and he didn't. And it was good restraint there on his part, knowing the board texture and the under the gun strong range, which he in fact did flop a monster hand.
Kind of lost the minimum. Of
He
course,
did. He did.
Two Broadway cards worth seeing a flop, gut shot worth seeing a turn, and then got out when he didn't improve. So, well done.
I agree. Well done. And lost, like you said, lost pretty much the minimum there. There are some boards he can just go crazy on, but I just don't feel like that one was it.
5 high. At best, I reflop you, and then you might.
Playing at the beautiful Borgata here. The $500 Almighty, where you started with 100,000 chips, which I gotta say was very fun. And also, the chips are a little bit bigger, and it made me feel cool shuffling those. I'm not gonna lie, it's fun to shuffle those chips.
Slightly smaller or slightly bigger makes all the difference,
it really
right?
does. You guys got to come check out these chips. Honestly, I had a fun time shuffling them for the 3 hands that I did.
It's the little things that we notice and we care about when you do
I
this
do.
all the time.
Absolutely. I just even the tables are nice too, and obviously great dealers, great staff, and a lot of the dealers I saw from this summer in Vegas and traveling these circuit stops, and it's fun to see some familiar faces here. It's my first time on the East Coast. In fact, I didn't realize how far east I literally couldn't pretty much get more east.
It's almost like it's Atlantic City,
It
right on
almost,
the Atlantic
it
Ocean.
almost is as if I am on the East Coast. So yeah, it's been fun being here, and of course, I do see some familiar faces and friends here, which is nice. We've got looks like a raise from the chip leader, as predicted on the button. We have two reasonable hands here in the small and the big blind. So Mike having a nice suited connector. It's a fun one. And our big blind with Jack 10.
Suited connector, yes, very pretty. Small blind, short stack makes it hard to realize your equity.
Exactly.
But he's hoping to flop a dream.
The ace 4. Yeah, I already know.
Yeah, about 20 bigs behind here. Our big blind
He
just
opened
gets
ripped
to
under the
peel.
gun.
Oh, and what a
For
flop
18,
for all
I'm
3
not
players.
He had
Speaking
6
of that dream we were talking
Which is
about,
fine.
bottom
He
2
had 6
from
and
Mike
7.
with 8-9 suited.
It's what he
Along.
said. I mean,
Oh, look at this
we'll
check
see.
back from Hayden.
Yeah, you get to mix
he's-
some checks.
he's like
Oh,
making
wow, and a
big
flush
things
draw
right
now
because
from Mike
he's like,
with his
"Well,
2
how
pair.
would you win this tournament when you guys-"
John now with an open-ender and a pair, and then Hayden still with top
Yeah,
pair.
the old guy-
Something for
Yeah.
everyone.
No, I know.
Very possible to see a 3-way river depending on how this plays out.
Yeah, how does
Bet.
Mike play this? How does he bet here? He's got 2 other players to worry about. It's very, very, very
7.7.
dynamic board. He goes for a little, goes for about a catch-all sizing, about like 70-ish% pot. A little less.
gone with only 14.6 million, while he has a pair and an open ender, would be risking over half of his stack.
Yeah, very gross spot for John here. But you got to think you can be behind a lot of hands, even just ace-x hands. Again, it's just all about how many chips he has left in his stack. Half his stack to call here. Really, really tricky spot here for John. What would you be thinking in this spot, Tej?
I hate it. I'm in between a guy who's betting and the chip leader, and I don't likely have the best hand. And there's 2 flush draws, so some of my outs might not even be clean. And if I do hit, it's usually pretty obvious, so I probably don't make any more money after I hit.
Yep.
Just a lot of negatives. And yet, sometimes that little voice in the back of our head says, if I just win this pot, I have 30 million. It's tough to stay patient and keep folding these hands that could give us more chips. And so he does want to see a river. And look at Hayden just lets go of the ace like it's nothing after this bet in the call.
Yeah, and what I was going to say on the flop there, when he checks back his ace, you can balance those checks there by flopping top pair, because the board can get really bad for your hand with flopping a hand like ace deuce. And as you saw, the 10 on the turn is a very dynamic card. It just puts a hand like ace deuce in a gross spot, so I like the check on the flop. And John whiffs, putting in half his stack here. The heart flush does come in, and John does have a blocker here for the 10. He has a 10 hearts. He just checks it back.
Only has 7 million in a 27 million chip pot, though. So
yeah, I can't do much except check it back and just pray you're good somehow. Yeah, I would have probably folded that turn. For all the reasons that you said. However, still just a weird spot, having a pair and a flush draw. So I understand him not wanting to fold there. And what a sick run out for the 9-8 there. You flop 2 pair and the board just gets so terrible for you. But he does end up hanging on and winning the pot. So now John, our short stack. And he picks up a nice pot there. The 9-8 picks up a very nice pot.
yeah, I do think Mike played it very well, of course, but not to be undershadowed or overshadowed is Hayden's play.
Yeah, I really like the way he played that.
Reasonable on an ace-high board to see bet. Chooses to check it back, totally fine to underrepresent your hand and see, work your way towards showdown. And then gets out of the way once his 2 opponents show interest in the pot. So
yeah, again, I like mixing up checks there. When you do flop top pair with a bad kicker, you can mix in some checks, which I do like, and because he knows the board can get really bad for him. But yes, I love the way he played it. He got away from it. The board got really bad. He knew exactly where he's at in the hand, and very, very nice turn and fold there.
he flopped top pair against 2 pair, and all he lost was his original 2 big blinds open. So
pretty sick.
We'll be happy when he watches that one back.
Absolutely.
That he chose. Well, he already saw that his opponent had 2 pair. Has to be patting himself on the back.
Yeah, nice fold there.
What happens in the metagame, too, is when you do choose to put in a bet or c-bet, you usually gain a little bit more respect because you've shown that you can check back on ace-high boards and that sort of thing.
It allows him to have some...
in that range-ish, if hearts is there, etc.
It allows him to have some top pairs when he checks. So again, you're balancing, and so it makes it that much harder for your opponents to play against you, knowing you can have some ace-x there when you check.
Exactly. And then when you do bet, they're more hesitant to continue with you because they know that you're just not betting everything.
Exactly. So it's a nice way to balance his range there from that button dynamic where you are going to have a very wide range of hands opening, especially as chip leader. So, yeah, well played by Hayden there. We're going to have another blind versus blind spot. Joseph has a nice hand with the king-6 here, blocks strong hands. Doesn't want to get involved with the chip leader, or second in chips, where he can put on a lot of pressure. And chooses to just let it go. He does have about 15-ish big blinds, so he is short and chooses to just save his chips. Again, with some shorter stacks behind, it is never a bad idea to just fold.
And how many family members does Hayden have? This chat is just full of them. Siblings, mothers, friends, people who played with him in college. There are some others. We've got some Jordan. We got some Mike fans.
What you got?
You know what you started this saying?
I do.
We got some Kharlin
Should be around
fans,
16.
but my. Hayden
I'm gonna
just
double check
dominating our YouTube chat. Good to see so many fans in the house. Thanks for joining us. I am
It might
Terrence
have been 16.
Reed with
Might have been
Poker.org
16
here
as the
alongside
blinds
Ashley
were, I
Frank,
was
Poker
thinking.
Face, Ash, popular vlogger, excellent poker
10,
player,
12,
crusher in
14,
the tournament
15,
streets.
16, 17, 18.
And we are here with the final table of the Almighty
And it's just
Million,
the two of us now.
$500 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed, which was surpassed to build a prize pool of nearly $1.2 million. And these 6
It's
guys
yours.
are fighting for the rest of it.
And our small blind gets to put maximum pressure on the big blind, who knows he can't call unless he wakes up with a monster. And of course, he had 8-5 offsuit, easy fold. And yeah, just gets to put maximum pressure there as he knows there's some short stacks.
One of the very few positions at the table that Kharlin can get involved without worrying about this chip leader, because
Exactly.
he's already folded under the gun.
You love it when you don't see the chip leader in the hand.
They're looking at the sixes versus ace queen hand right now.
That's crazy.
Good fold.
Ace queen technically
That
behind
is,
there,
yeah.
not by much, but again, just a hand where you're either absolutely crush or you're flipping.
I guess you're
pretty
ahead of
much.
ace jack and ace 10, but that's about it. Other than that, you're flipping or like.
Or ace 4.
Yeah.
Maybe
Feels
ace
like I
4
just
too.
was echoed there.
Can't have ace 4 there.
Exactly. The ace 4 could be in there, as we saw in the very first hand.
What he's referencing, little needle there. Joseph has to let go of a hand as strong as king 10 with both chip leaders behind him. And Kharlin pounces, opening the queen jack off on the button. We might have our first pot between these two big stacks. Hayden does choose to call with the 10-6 suited. And off to a flop.
That's it.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Hayden, our chip leader, suited up gang, flops a flush. Kharlin with a second pair and a better flush draw. This one could be a big pot depending on if Kharlin decides to bet this flop, and he looks to be reaching for chips.
Yeah, you can get value from worse. You can get value from like a king of hearts type hand. Some worse pairs. Some ace-x.
Will Hayden fast play his flop flush, or will he continue with a call? Will largely determine how big this pot gets.
Yeah, this one could be big.
Obviously, flop flush, massive hands. We're just thinking about how do we get the most from our opponents. Of course, we do have to protect against better hearts, but there's only a few of them out there.
Yeah, it's just gross for Kharlin because the last person you want to get involved in with right now is the chip leader. So there's a little meta too, because is Hayden just putting pressure because he's the chip leader and because he knows I'm not incentivized to play a pot against him, or does he just have it? Kharlin's hand's so strong here, still drawing to a very good flush draw and a pair. Hayden can be doing this obviously with some bluffs. King of hearts, for example.
A safe 10 of hearts. And it's interesting on particularly the ace-high flush draw board, Hayden has more flushes than Kharlin does typically in the big blind, as Kharlin's range is very wide. But both of these players have very wide ranges, so we're kind of feeling each other out here, and Hayden is taking control of the pot. How big will the turn bet be? What kind of sizing will he come with? Just over half pot, perhaps?
I would say half pottish or a little bit bigger would be a nice size to keep a lot of worse hands in here.
13 million, he agrees. Goes with 65%, putting lots of pressure on Kharlin's hand. Kharlin might think that he now has a straight draw, but we know that the king is no good, and he's drawing to just the remaining, well, he thinks 7 hearts, but that's actually going to be less than that. If his opponent had flushed, that is.
Yeah, and both players so deep, so this could be a leverage point in the hand for a lot of stacks, but Kharlin still has, you know, playability behind. And so he can call here. It's just, it's getting dicey in the sense of both big stacks. Every big blind matters. You got to think about the rest of the table and the short stacks, but again, just very, very strong hand. It's just a tough spot. You don't also want the chip leader to quote-unquote push you around, so just a lot of meta involved. So he does make the call here. We head to a river card where Kharlin needs a heart.
A huge river, a 6 of diamonds blank, and Hayden holds with his 10 high flopped flush. 47 million, just under 47 million in the pot, 57 million in Kharlin's stack. How much will Hayden seek?
So what are you targeting at this point? 2 pairs?
I think the 2 pairs,
Some
the straights.
Some possible real small flushes.
Mostly ace jack, ace 10, jack 10, that sort of thing.
At this point now, Kharlin's hand is a straight up bluff catcher. Just has middle pair, second pair, excuse me. He does block.
Very small bet. Look at this.
Yeah, and I was about to say a small bet would be so nice here. And he does go for a small size, so now he can get called by those ace-x hands, maybe even a hand like king jack, queen jack in this example is what Kharlin has.
He's also leaving it open. Not only do we target just all 1 pairs and especially 2 pairs, but leaving open a bluff. Let's say our opponent had something like king 9 with the king of hearts or something like that, saying, hey, I might fold if you shove here, Kharlin. So this leaves the ball in Kharlin's court, so to speak. Lets him make mistakes like bluff shoving the king 9 or that sort of thing, or of course raising. Let's say we have ace 6 or something like that, and we feel like we have to go for value on the river.
Yeah, I kind of love this small sizing here. Kharlin, is this ever a bluff? What do I beat?
Yeah, I think once we go through all this body language, we're never raising. Of course, doesn't even consider turning second pair into a bluff. Now it's just
with the queen of hearts.
Exactly, and that's the thing, is it's possible. I'm not saying it's out of the realm. We could have attempted to do so, but once we're doing all this body language, thinking, calculating, it's call or fold. It feels that way anyway.
Which Hayden kind of loves, because now he knows he's only ever losing to queen high flushes, and he's obviously not doing this with queen high flush. So Hayden knows he has the best hand at this point. Yeah, I just really like this small sizing again. It gets, you get a crying call from some pairs and get value. And now putting Kharlin in the blender here with this sizing. What do I beat?
I'll show you, bro. You're going to see it anyway.
I'll show you speech play now.
Interesting.
You don't have to be a hero.
Don't have to hero. Very interesting. So Hayden knows he has the best hand. He's never getting called by better in this spot, especially after, like you said, the body language from Kharlin. He knows he's just contemplating a call or fold in this spot.
You want to talk to me?
Kharlin not interested in engaging.
I can help you.
Does this make him want a hero more after he's getting all this speech?
That's obviously what Hayden is hoping for. Typically, when you start talking to somebody, you're trying to get them to change what they were going to do. That's kind of the unwritten rule of tells, right? So maybe he thought that Kharlin was leaning towards a fold, and now he starts trying to change his mind.
Exactly. Speech, also a lot of strength.
I told you I'd show you anyway. I'm not lying.
He does tell him. Sees the flush.
Kharlin happy to let that one go. Even getting such a good price makes a great fold.
Yeah, and I think when Kharlin saw the hand, he's kind of like, ugh, in the sense of like just a gross spot where he's kind of has to stay in the hand, flops a good hand, but his opponent just flops a flush out of the big blind. Unlucky for him, obviously, but a very, very nice pickup for Hayden there, and extending his chip lead
Obviously, I'm
now.
sticky with a big ace, right?
Yeah, there he was targeting kind of an ace-X holding. And as you just heard, and now he has 81 big blinds. Kharlin with 36.
How bad was my hand?
Yeah.
Oh.
How bad was my hand? So they knew he was.
Bad or something?
I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. I think he was the big blind last hand.
Yeah, I don't think I'm.
I
I don't
believe
think
that
I'm
I
blind.
moved twice.
Yeah, I
Did
think
that
that
blind
button moved twice.
He's small blind.
Yeah, I'm small.
Well,
yeah.
there Hayden picks up a massive pot and has the
calling out
biggest
myself, and I'm
stack
the one that
at
was
the
benefited,
table
so
and
it's
biggest that
probably
he's
true.
had even today with nearly 130 million, 81 bigs at the
I'll be
1.6
over here
million
shortly this season, so.
big blind level, and Kharlin, his nearest competitor, just lost as many, and so a big extension of the lead for Hayden, the suit up gang, big red. Bada bing, bada boom, up to 130 million in a dominating position at this final table.
That was 4.2 million.
Good call.
Kharlin right back on the horse
I'm gonna
after
check there,
losing
kid,
that large pot. Opens the ace, queen gets called by the 3-4 suited, and something for both.
Here we go.
We got 6 checks. 2 million. That is 2 million.
Kharlin checks his flush draw. Or, sorry, Mike checks his flush draw. Kharlin continues top pair, and of course we'll see at least a call from Mike, which he does.
I check.
Interesting turn, because now a hand as strong as ace-queen is chopping with, or is not chopping, is chopping with all other aces. Or not chopping with all other aces. But the flush draw present, the king probably is a card that worries Kharlin more than he likes it, right?
Yeah, because your opponent can just turn. Yeah, I like to check here. You know, if you don't want to get raised, you'll puke. And get showdown. Now on double paired board. Mike with 4 high. Playing the board. Has absolutely nothing. Kharlin gets to probably
4.3.
bluff catch this river.
Can't win with 4 high. Got to bet.
Cool. You're good.
Yeah, just
Board.
unlucky that his opponent has a massive
Board.
hand. Kharlin waiting to flip his hand over, and does, and picks up a nice pot. Probably some relief after losing a big hand like you just did from the chip leader to then just win the next one. Mike with no choice there than to bluff with his playing the board.
Would you make somebody show in that situation when they announce board, or would you turn your hand over?
Depends on how much I like them or not. if we have mutual respect, then I'll flip it over. If I don't know them, it just depends. I think in this situation, where you're playing for a lot of money, I think any information at this point needs to be gained, and so there's some merit to just making your opponent flip it over. The other side of the coin is, in good faith, a lot of times, yes, I'll just flip over my hand. If he says he's playing the board,
Yeah.
it's one of those situations. It's a little tricky.
I think in cash games or early in tournaments, I probably would just flip. But in this
Same.
case, the information we get is valuable. We
Very.
learn what he's defending the big blind with, and we learned what he's bluffing the river with.
Yeah, I think there's too much information to be gained there to just try to be nice and flip over your hand, because technically, the rules, he needs to flip first. So I think I'm probably making him flip it over or muck it in that spot.
Yeah, he could just muck it too.
Yeah.
That is always an option.
It's just, you're playing for too much money. You need every piece of info here. It's one of those spots where it's just pretty important, like you said. You get to find out what they're defending, what they're bluffing with.
Right.
So I agree with you.
Poker, not like terrace. It's just a local card room. Yeah.
Big hand here under the gun for
Like they have tournaments and
Joseph.
stuff, but they don't track on head and mob or anything. Like their little $100 nightlies and stuff like that.
What do you play this moment, Falcons?
Yeah.
I think Hayden's talking about that local card room out in Seattle,
Washington, it's not
Okay.
where he plays at.
$300 tab.
One place I've never been, but I've heard the
So
poker's
it's
fun
still,
there.
If like you get to a river to
And
600,
John
bet 300.
with
And then they can only race to 600, 900, etc.
okay.
I dodged
We
roll
have
horses.
very unlucky for John. He's absolutely
To be honest with
crushed,
you, like-
dominated here by the Ace King, but he is all in and at risk. We could potentially be down to 5 players.
Good luck.
I have ace king.
I folded a queen.
You know? I folded a king
Queen
and a
coming.
deuce of diamonds. I folded 2
Good
diamonds.
luck to you, sir.
John's all
Pretty
in.
sure.
Folded an ace.
Hope I win, but
Currently lives out in Philadelphia. The
Yeah,
retired respiratory therapist looking for a queen. Not there.
Some club possibilities and running straight possibilities. It's not going to be a queen and a queen only now, or we are going to be down to 5
Queen on the
players.
river.
Not
Ace on the
there.
river.
Nice game.
Big
Good
game.
game, man.
Excellent game to one John Port, who exits in 6th place. Congratulations on the deep run.
And these players all now guaranteed
Good game.
almost
plan with you, man.
$30,000.
Good play, man. Good game.
Excuse me. They are now
What's that?
guaranteed $37,000, a 9K pay jump almost. Pretty sick. And we are down to 5.
John played
That's
well
good.
there at the final table. Didn't really make it too many moves.
All right.
Just
looks
played
like
his
I'm up
cards,
next, guys.
lost a flip, won a flip, and then ran into it
I'll
with
try
a
my
very
best
short
not to
stack. So
comply.
what can
I
you do?
promise.
But $28,309 on his way out the door has got to make him feel pretty good.
Yeah, nice payday off a $500 buy-in. I'll take that all
yeah,
day.
indeed.
We're down to 5, and our man who started as the chip leader is still there. Hayden on top of the counts. Eyes on the prize, one step closer as he watches another competitor out the door.
Hayden picks up a pair and cut off.
Raise the 4 million. So, can you go to the questions? Get the microphone. Raise 1 round.
Frank's asking about the speech play in that hand. I think we said everything that we really felt. Probably wasn't going to change a player as strong as Kharlin's mind, but he tried. Kharlin, no interest in engaging. I'd imagine with some players could manipulate them a little more than others. The more stronger players probably aren't influenced too much by it.
Yeah, and a really good disciplined fold there. There are some players they'll just flick in a call and just saving those extra chips there. So nice fold by Kharlin. We can see here now we have a sub 10 big blind stack. Matt has 8.5 bigs. And then Joseph close behind with 12. And then our chip leader was 66. And Kharlin behind by 2 to 1. And Mike stuck
PLO?
right in the middle there.
One more hand to PLO? One hand to PLO, guys, or no?
How about we do a double board bomb pot?
I'm in. Let's do it.
Only if it can be 8 or better.
Yeah.
Play 8 or better all day. Regular PLO,
Dealer's choice is over, guys. That ended a couple days ago. 2 cards all the way to a winner. Couple of strong hands in the small blind and the big blind. Over to Joseph with ace 10 off.
And he has 11 big blinds.
Yeah, our blinds did go up. So at the 2 million big blind level, he has just under 12. You're right. Tempted to shove here.
Yeah, or possibly limp and deuce. maybe, but I think just in this situation, you're just probably all in.
All in.
He does. And now the question presented to
23 million to start the
Carlin.
hand, I believe.
With 10
24
bigs, I
million.
think Carlin's going to be flicking it in here. His hand is very, very strong, dominating a lot of the shoves from Joseph. It sucks because, you know, again, every big blind matters. He knows Joseph, you know, can't be doing this too light, given that there is a shorter stack. However, these hands are both very strong, small and big blind here.
Shout out to the Rappin' Poker bot in the chat.
King Queen is dominating a lot of his shoves here too, so just, or, you know, and obviously he's mostly 60-40 against a lot of ace-x hands.
Yeah, just gonna count
Yeah,
on
all the
rounds, that's all I need.
aces, all the pairs, worst
That's a full stack of
kings, even suited queens. We have a bigger stack. Of course, nearly 24 million is a large portion of our own.
Exactly. I think that's the part that will determine this call or not. You know, King Queen is just so strong here. You just hate to be shown
23-3.
a hand that
23-8.
you're dominated by. Otherwise, King Queen performing very nicely here.
I think something like 6, 7, 8 big blinds is a snap call. 15, 16, 17 big blinds, probably easier fold. 10, 12 big blinds is right in that range where you can lean either way depending on how much risk you want to take on.
Yeah, it's like a third of his stack, so, you know, I don't fault him for thinking this through. Do you call here and hope to win, or do you wait for a better spot?
Agonizing.
Yep, just one of those hands where you're either far ahead or behind and hope to win a 60-40, really. Or flipping against a hand like pocket eights.
Yeah, you just really don't want to see queens, kings, aces, ace, queen, ace, king. If I could guarantee him that his opponent doesn't have any of those hands, the chips would be in already. Genuinely feel like he doesn't know what to do or doesn't know what he wants to do.
Yeah, it is a tough spot because of all the other variables. We're not just talking about chip EV here. We have ICM implications.
And future play. If we lose this, we're down to 45 million or so, and all of a sudden we're right there with all of these other shorter stacks.
I really don't know.
Yeah, you can feel it.
If I don't know in a spot, I'm probably taking the fold route. If I don't really know, I'm probably folding.
I'm quite the opposite.
If I don't know, it's probably fine to call. It's probably fine.
Yeah, if it's not egregious, I'm
Quote
leaning
unquote, it's probably
towards
fine.
put the chips in.
Yeah, I agree. The thing that would make me lean towards a call here is you're so far ahead of hands like Queen 10 suited, King Jack, Queen Jack, all King X hands. A lot of those are shoving. However, he did just fold King 6 off in a small blind. Joseph did when it folded to him. And
It's the clock called, and that's enough for her to let it go.
I'll tell you what I have. What'd you have?
Joseph had. He can't tell him in this spot. I don't feel like.
I know.
If he tells him he folded King Queen, you cannot say.
I think I was probably ahead if you didn't call.
Oh, yeah.
He's getting clocked every
Oh, yeah. No good.
He wants the fold. He's fine with the fold.
You don't want to call no matter what you have.
Yeah.
Exactly. He really just wants to get that through there.
Sweat, dude. You get king, queen of hearts?
Makes me sweat.
Yeah, he said if you didn't call, it probably had for sure.
Yeah, ace 10 off is a super strong
man.
hand to shove there. It's a great hand to wake up with there. And gets through, picks up some big blinds, lives to see another day. So now he has 14 big blinds. Matt, our shortest stack.
He
Really?
did make him sweat, though.
It's going to be the last hand of my night. All right.
You never know what worse luck your bad luck might have saved you from.
I'll take a walk, no problem. You just had a big hand. You might be emotional. I'll take this one.
Joseph has 6.5 big blinds and
Let's go to the next
would be
hand.
absolutely
Hand's one.
happy with a walk, and he gets it.
He obliges.
Oh, man.
What a hand to wake
get
up
back
with.
in here.
Get back in here, he said.
Changes his mind.
Damn it, he was going to give you a monster no matter what that hand. Ace or king, whatever, it doesn't matter. He was just going to give it to you.
5 players left. All guaranteed 37K. What a feeling.
Love to see the massive actual amount of chips in front of Hayden. He's building a couple of towers there. You know,
always fun.
we got to color up and we got to keep it manageable, but when you see this many chips, especially the almighty million, you start with 100,000 chips.
It's so fun.
So there's a lot more chips in play in this particular tournament than most.
Yeah.
Hey, Riz.
Raise. No.
And just to see the piles in front of our chip leader
Make
is a
it
beautiful
4.7.
thing as a poker fan.
4.7.
The player announces raise and then puts in 4.7.
Chip leader Hayden in the big blind looks down at garbage. The 10 deuce off will find the muck, and Mike picks up the 2.5 bigs in the middle. So Ashley, playing anything else this week here at the Borgata?
I think I'm just going to be commentating on the main.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
We're happy to
Excited about
have you
that.
do that. That's a big one coming up. The $3,500 Borgata Poker Open, the championship event, the main event here coming up. Commentating days 3 and 4, 4 being the final table on September 16th and 17th. Ashley will be right back here alongside myself to
Excited.
commentate that big stream. If you think this one's big with 170+ thousand up top, that one's going to be massive.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. It's going to be a fun final table to commentate. And what a great structure, hour-long levels. It's just a really fun main event.
Beck here, picking up the action with Kharlin opening the Jack-9 suited from the cutoff. After losing a fairly sizable pot to Hayden, hasn't really affected Kharlin's decisions post. Still getting in there, still raising the hands he should be raising, not afraid to start building that stack back up, and sees a 9-high flop.
Ace 10 off.
Hits both
He said
players
he folded.
fairly hard.
I assume it was king.
5.2.
Raise.
Here's the lead you were talking about from the big blind earlier. Has middle pair, an open ender, and a board that's pretty good for a big blind range.
Yeah, a little bit for both players here.
Both players with a pair, both players with a straight draw. Kharlin has position and it now faces a donk bet from Mike to the tune of 5.2 million.
Yeah, these boards like 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, etc. are good for the big blind, generally speaking. But in this case, Kharlin does have a good hand for this particular board.
And look at this. The disaster card for Kharlin. Mike gets there with a straight, and Kharlin makes top 2 pair at the same time.
10-5.
Similar sizing,
10,500,000.
just about half pots. Only leaves 21 million behind. Kharlin has turn 2 pair. Of course, there's a 4-liner out there. It's ahead of all the draws, ahead of all the flop 2 pairs that Mike might have. But this particular hand, of course, basically the question is, does he have a 10?
Yeah, and this was literally like the one turn card that would be like the one turn card that was pretty dynamic in the sense for both players. Now one has a straight, the other has top 2.
Couple chop outs, a few full house outs. Head to a river with only a half pot behind. The brickiest of bricks.
Yeah.
All in.
All in.
Very strong looking all in there when the player doesn't move their chips, just announces it and throws their hand like that. It's extremely strong when it comes to physical tells. And a very quick all in too.
Did so for his tournament life in less than 5 seconds on the river.
Yeah, that is just
21-5.
screaming a 10 all day, in my opinion, from the outside looking in, of course, with how as far as physical tells go.
Leans back in his chair, looks very comfortable. Tournament life at risk.
Yeah, when a player doesn't move their chips, just gestures with their hand, like, I'm all in, but very strong, pronounced all in, it's usually a very, very strong hand. And in this case, it is with the straight to the jack. Kharlin, top 2. Gross spot.
Let's say Mike had 9-8 suited and flopped top 2 pair and played it as a lead, bet the turn. Would he even bet the river with a hand like that, or might he just check and try to get the showdown?
I think with a hand like that, with the board run out like this, you're literally just trying to get showdown at that point. Your hand's a bluff catcher.
So in Kharlin's mind, if he's not betting a hand as strong as 2 pair, like the 8-9, is this a straight all day? Or would he be going? Yeah, would he be going for value with like a bottom set, like 7-7 or something like that, or maybe even turning a hand like 6-7 into a bluff? I agree with you. Every tell, it's easier as we can see the cards, but every tell does seem to scream strength.
Exactly.
Easier when we know what's in his opponent's hand, though.
Yeah, very easy when we can see the cards, of course.
Mike has been put into some spots at this final table, hasn't he?
Yeah, some tough spots for
or
sure.
Kharlin has, that is.
Yeah.
Very recently, just this level too. The big pot against the chip leader, the shove all in when he by his opponent when he had king queen. This one.
No, this is, well, I don't know. Yeah, both times.
There's only you and all in?
No, it's the one you get a flush.
I think it comes down to, again, risk versus reward in the sense of keeping your chips is so valuable. Is your opponent really going to be bluffing the spot all in for his tournament life when you're playing for $178,000 up top? It's highly unlikely. I don't even think, like you said, like some 2 pairs that would shove value on a river on other board textures. It's just not doing this on a 4-liner. I think it's like kind of suicidal to do that. So, you know, a lot of his hands that flop strong on the flop just want to get to showdown, especially after that turn. I think he's gonna find the fold.
I always say that players only have so many hero folds in them.
I mean, I'm
right?
getting ready to call
With each
pockets.
one you
Two
do,
big tanks.
it gets more and more tempting to call.
200,000 and I have really hard spots. Playing for a lot of money. Give him time. What do you want me to do?
I'll never call clock.
What do you want me to do, man? We're on a final table. I have a really hard spot. We're playing for 200,000. Like, you can't think about it?
I mean, you're absolutely allowed to think about it. But I mean,
Maybe you're rich and you don't care about the money. I'm not rich. I need to think about it.
You got dinner plans?
Great fold.
tempers flaring a little bit there as the stress of the situation does come to fruition. And Kharlin's right.
He's had 2 extremely tough spots with very strong hands, good hands. He's going to think
had more
about
than
it.
2 full minutes, man.
2 full minutes on a river decision
Like,
for
what's
You think
the bet
2
is
full
not
minutes
that
is enough
much.
to make a decision for, like?
Yeah, we're literally playing for hundreds of
I mean, you can ask the table mates if you think I'm being wrong and biased. Ask our table mates.
It's not
if I'm
that,
being
man.
egregious.
It's 2 really big ones, man. Like,
But are you in a rush though?
Hmm?
We're playing for a lot of money. Are you in a rush?
money,
though?
but
This is
I'm
a
also
really
not trying to get
ask
like.
them. Ask the
I'm trying not
table
to have
mates
people
then.
angling to like.
Ask the
Angle.
people around you
Yeah,
the wrong
for blind pushes.
It's like an absurd take by you, man.
Absurd.
Tend to agree. Definitely no angling for blind pushes happening. Kharlin had real
supposed to
decisions
just
every time.
Pile it in there. Fuck it.
And for bet,
People are crazy.
huge pot,
You have a
whole
set right
stack, whole,
When?
half of his
Set that
chips.
Top
2 minutes
It's
is
on me, yeah.
very
It's on me.
reasonable.
It's pretty.
Absolutely.
I mean, you
And I
only
think
need lots, I guess, right?
maybe the opponent who had the straight, Mike, the adrenaline, the emotions running, you have a really strong hand. So that can tend to make you talk a little bit more and get a little bit of confidence when you've got a very strong hand. And
I do like the move by Kharlin to say, ask the people at the table. Ask these guys. Do they think it was unreasonable?
I think they all were just kind of on the same line thinking as Kharlin. You got a strong hand. You got a tank.
Yeah, and Hayden kind of stood up firm there. I like to see that. Do you think 2 minutes is enough? So, yeah, maybe that was enough to tell Mike that, all right,
It was
maybe I'm wrong.
unfortunate that he had 3 tough decisions there. He had a tough decision on the river against Hayden. Then he had a very, very, very tough spot with King, Queen, and the big. And then, having top 2 pair there on a 4-liner against a straight, another very tough spot. So he's made some great decisions, though, even with the pressure. And he found the correct fold there. So nice fold by Kharlin.
Some people are naturally faster players, and they just can't fathom what you're thinking about for 2 minutes. I get that, but you have to realize that some people do not act as quickly, and both of which are completely reasonable takes. But we can't expect everyone to play like we do or as fast as we do if we are one of the faster players.
Exactly.
But to accuse somebody of angling when they've tanked for 3 big spots on river decisions is probably a little uncalled for.
Yeah. And emotions can get high when you're playing for this amount of money. The adrenaline's going. So now it'd be kind of interesting to see if there's extra layers of meta that go on now that we've kind of had a little bit of controversy here. So now we have a hand where both players have ace high, but Aiden has the best ace high, and he is actually betting for value on the turn here. And ace high just decides to let it go. Ace high betting for value and protection there against just random hands that can pair up on the river. Your hand's likely ahead there when the board is paired. And he takes it down. Now we have Hayden with 70-ish big blinds. Mike in second with 29. And now Kharlin maybe a little bit frustrated, but rightfully so now with 23 big blinds, 45 million in chips. And we still have 2 shorter stacks in Joseph and Matt.
And what was a very friendly table, chatty, when it bubbles up all that stress and tension and then releases in a little bit of an argument, I get a little quiet.
Might be a little quiet for a little bit
Yeah,
here.
but we got a break coming up in not too terribly long.
I'm sure tensions will... there he goes again with the I'm all in.
Oh, boy. Matt moves all in under the gun, and Mike moves all in behind with nines.
Ace 8 versus 9s. Ace 8's all in.
Reasonable shove there, obviously, with the ace and sub 10 bigs. And then, of course, Mike has to reshove with his pair. Could be down to 4.
No ace for Matt on the flop. 2 cards, 3 aces.
Picks up some more outs.
More outs.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
The ace on the river.
17,
that doubles through Mike.
Let's go.
Poker's funny, huh?
Poker is funny, and the chat goes wild. Ace one time, they said. The ace came.
Barry Greensteined it. Ace on the river.
17,200,000.
And just like that, Joseph, our short stack. Mike now up to 20 big blinds. Matt also 20-ish bigs. So now, look at that, TJ. We have
This is
our
in the
chip
pot.
leader with 70 and everyone
small blind,
else 20 bigs, except for Joseph, who has the 11.
Chip leader with 69.
Okay,
actually.
all
Did you
right.
just try to avoid saying that on
You know,
purpose?
I deal with enough trolls, Tej. He's just going to hear it in the chat, and I don't want to. 70 big blinds. 69 big blinds for Hayden.
But you're right.
17.
A plethora of 11 to 21 big blind stacks.
If that's what you're
It's
asking.
very
that's how
awkward
much
as
you're looking
Hayden licking his chops, all these short stacks around him.
Absolutely. He just gets to assert aggression and also let them take each other out. 20 bigs, going to have some shoves. Joseph's got to find a shove spot.
Every time an opponent starts to make a run at challenging the domination of Hayden's chip stack, he gets cut back down to size. That's what just happened again to Mike, and here we are. Bunch of 20s and 11 and a 69 big blind stack. Hayden holds the 3-3 under the gun. Not quite at any two cards open for him or any pair open. Still sticking with his ranges, not expanding drastically as the chip leader.
$5.5.
Christopher, I think you know the answer. Hayden has 69 big blinds right now. We see a raise from the 7-4, kind of polarizing, raising our best hands, our strong hands, it seems like. And Kharlin takes the 7-4 to battle against the deuce from Matt. And if we don't flop a set with deuces, we hate pretty much every flop, including this one.
Yeah, balancing from the small blind your raises with your best hands and your trash hands. 7-4 off is reasonable to do that with, obviously, because if you just get a fold out of the big blind, it's an amazing result. Now Kharlin checking this flop, giving Matt way to bet, but he doesn't. Check on the flop, and now Kharlin out turns the deuces with a pair fours. So now he has showdown value. Does he start betting or check this one through again?
Happy to work his way to a showdown. Oh my.
Oh, wow.
And this is the danger of trying to get to a cheap showdown and not continuing to tell the story. A hand like deuce juice just rivers the dream. That's going to bet, and Kharlin's going to... This story is not going to make any sense. Check flop, check turn, and all of a sudden come firing on the river. If I were to predict, after all the hero folds we've seen from Kharlin, we might see a call depending on sizing here.
Two big blind bet. Trying to get called by anything at this point.
Yeah, especially for this sizing. I think Matt's probably targeting hands like as weak as ace high and king high.
He finally puts in the call. He gets rivered.
Why is this 50 minutes? It's supposed to be 40, yeah.
See our chip counts here again. Hayden, 46 big blinds. Our next biggest stack is Matt with 16 big blinds. So blinds have gone up, stacks have shrunk a little bit. Now Joseph under 10 bigs, and everyone else kind of right there. Now Kharlin has 11 big blinds after being our second chip leader for pretty much the whole day so far. Now Matt in second. So this is a wild stack size spread here at this final table. Hayden still with the lead, but now has 46 bigs. You're 5-handed here.
Joseph, our short stack with 22 big blinds, 7.5 or so, finds himself at the bottom of the counts. Kharlin can't fold everything and opens up the very pretty king-queen off on the button. Picks up the pot with no contest.
Yeah, it takes down a much-needed pot there as he's down to
40.
11 big blinds.
Okay.
We did hear in the background the tournament director announcing that the blinds were going up for the main event. That's because today is the very first day of the Borgata Poker Open Championship. Details on that if you're in the area or thinking about coming. Today is the first starting flight. Tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. is the second starting flight. $1.5 million guarantee, $3,500 to enter.
Such a great structure, fun tournament, hour-long levels. Gotta love it.
Come and get a piece of the $1.5 million guaranteed prize pool here at the Borgata in Atlantic City. 2 starting flights, day 1A today, already ongoing. About to start level 3, and then, or already into level 3, and then tomorrow, day 1B, last option to get into this bird, 11:15 a.m.
Heads up bow here. Kharlin raising the ace-9 from the cutoff. Mike defending the king-8. May get a bet check, or sorry, a check bet call here as Mike does flop middle pair on this ace-high board.
3.5.
It's for a little over 1 big blind bet, and that's going to get a call out of middle pair here. One of the benefits of betting really small.
Took about 1.5 seconds. Feel like you might be making a statement against Kharlin particularly.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. The meta that may develop between these two players just a little bit. Kharlin likes to take his time. He's, he plays for a living. He's professional. Every spot matters when you're in this situation. And now what sizing do you choose?
Slightly awkward with 23.5 million in the pot and 28 million behind.
All right, SPR super shallow.
We don't necessarily love going for value 3 streets with a hand like ace-9 with 1 pair.
All right, so do you choose this street to check back and allow your opponent to bluff rivers or maybe value bet worse and call? Or do you check here and bet safe rivers?
Or do we bet for value here and then check back on most rivers?
Exactly.
Yeah. Of course, we could always hit a 9 and then feel even better, but he chooses that last option, betting this turn.
Now Mike in a spot where you have to start shaving off some of your third pair holdings here. Start shaving off some hands where you call flop and have to turn fold river, or sorry, call flop fold turns.
He doesn't like it. Finds the fold.
Good hand.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the hands you just need to start folding turns with your your 8x combinations there.
Bit of what felt like an olive branch by Mike when he said good hand to Kharlin across the table. Maybe hitting the reset button on that tension that built up earlier.
Right.
Will be your dinner break. It will be 1 hour after level 6.
Haven't heard from Matt in a bit, but he will open up the ace-5 off from the cutoff to get back in the mix.
I call.
Mike, tired of folding, puts in a call from the small blind with the 9-8 off.
I would have won that hand.
What, this right here?
You can try to get into Mike's head right now.
Well, I would have got there for sure.
Lots going on in the last hour.
Joe, there it is.
Like I said, I think emotions are maybe running a little bit here, which
I thought you had
can
King Jack. I thought you
cloud your
called King
judgment
Queen.
and your thinking.
Super gross for you, obviously.
I think we saw him fold very similar hands to this from the small blind earlier in the stream.
Yeah, I think at this point, if he probably catches a pair, he's just going to go with it. This would be one of those flops where he may just be getting it in.
Oh, you know what, though? Did Matt limp the cutoff? Is that what happened?
No, so I believe
With
small blind called the raise in the cutoff.
Well, with 3 million
you're
big
right, yeah.
blind, I'm pretty sure what
Maybe he
happened is,
limped.
a limp from Matt and then complete call from Mike in the
Well,
small.
that
That
makes
makes more sense,
Yeah.
which is how this Jack Deuce is still in the pot and flop the top pair.
That makes sense now. I think I was a little behind on the graphics there, but yeah, a little bit for the small and the big blind here, flopping top pair and then middle pair with a straight draw, and
Joseph just rips just over pot with his top pair as the short stack.
Oh, shit.
But Mike has second pair and and a gut shot, not enough for him to risk that much. Lets it go.
Yep, lets it go. Still alive here. And, you know, even if a player has 6, 7, 8 big blinds, you are absolutely still in it. You know, a lot of players just kind of throw in the towel and shove with hands that shouldn't shove with. But there is a strategy, and there's always a best way to play any stack size. So it is not over for any of these players. Even Mike here with 8.5 big blinds. It's still anybody's game. Even if one double up and you're very close. Even if Matt doubles, he's going to be near chip leader or Kharlin. So it's anybody's game at this point as stacks are getting shallower.
Yeah, that's a very merited
That's the gross
I'm in
spot.
the tank for 10
It's
minutes.
about as close as it gets.
Yeah, literally.
Players have seen the king-queen tank from Kharlin. They all agree it's extremely close, warranted of a tank. And then you heard Mike said, yeah, I apologize. So, all right.
He knows
maybe,
that he was not posturing.
Correct.
He wasn't stalling. He had a real decision there. Nice to hear him say sorry there, and maybe we can all move past the tension at the table.
Especially with this amount of money around.
Very close spot indeed, especially
Do you know
with the
how much
shorter
you started with?
stacks.
Over 70.
Okay. No, not over 70 mil.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought these were 20. I'm sorry. 10, 20, 30, 40. I have like 50 back.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think he's just gonna give that one up. Yeah, don't really want to put chips in sub 10 bigs. You know, obviously, you're not shoving with that hand. You can't. It's just a fold. You can maybe make a case for just trying to limp, but then you've got to balance that with some hands that you're going to be going all in with. But in that case, just decides to let it go. We got 5 players left still. A lot of short stacks. Anybody's game at this point, as variance will increase as stacks get shallower, in the sense of we will have some all-ins, some double-ups, and maybe some eliminations.
Shout out to the chat. Thanks for self-policing yourself, keeping it positive, keeping it about poker. Suit Up gang in the house. Much appreciated. Glad to have so many people following along with us here at Borgata.
It is a very nice.
Yeah, right. Not bad.
All in.
Hold on.
Joseph chooses to move all in for his 9 big blinds with the King 10 suited. Both of his opponents have 10-7 off,
Nice hand.
Okay.
which he loves to hear.
I went through.
Got one through indeed. Well done. There's our current stack sizes. Still Hayden on top. Still with 130 million.
Ah, nice stack there. Do this.
Ashley, any big plans for you after this Borgata stop the next 5 days? Anything on the calendar?
Yeah, I am actually headed to a stop in Tulsa, a Run Good stop. Always love my Run Good family. And then probably be playing the WSOPC Choctaw Durant because they're all pretty close to where I live.
Nice.
So it makes it fun. And I'm always looking for the next tournament stop, particularly one I don't have to fly to. I hate flying.
Yeah.
So I like to stick close to home. But yeah, always looking for a tournament stop to play.
Some people drive everywhere, even if it's cross country. That's too much for me.
No, so my limit is if I have to drive more than 8 hours, then I'm gonna fly.
Yeah.
So Tulsa's like
Right
just on the cusp of me not wanting to drive. But
And you're down in the Texas streets
I am.
playing Texas poker.
yeah,
You got a home club down there.
I do. Texas Card House is my home poker room. Happy to be associated with them, and they're phenomenal. And the poker's great, and they always have tournaments going, and even really good tournament series going. So,
Like
yep,
40.
Texas Card House, my home room in Dallas, Texas area.
Beautiful. Well, welcome to the East Coast. Borgata poker is fun. The players are fun, talkative, and lot of action. A lot of action. This is a beautiful room too. For those who haven't yet been here, maybe you're about to get here this weekend for the
This is the
main.
run out we would have got, Charlie.
As both players
the run out
here
we would've
make
got.
a straight, headed for a likely chop.
Maybe.
Although Matt does have the Jack of
Ooh,
Hearts.
Does have the
Quite often.
redraw.
Let's take a pause in what we were talking about here, because this could be a massive pot as Matt has a free roll.
4.4. Yep. 4.4. All in. Hold in.
I call.
Hold in. Oh, you got the Jack of Hearts. That's not good.
That's
Thought I
not
had
good
a free roll.
indeed. Heading to a chop
no,
most of the time,
Jack
but
has
Matt
Jack
does
of
have a
Hearts
free
free
roll.
roll.
Any hearts would give Matt the
Yes.
best hand and win a massive 80 million chip pot.
Chop it up.
Ooh.
Chop it up.
Oof.
Sigh of relief
It was a scary one for Hayden there,
Yeah, I
as
got a
Matt was
fair
free
hand.
rolling.
from Big Red from the Suited Up Gang, from Hayden, a sigh of relief. Matt, what could have been, would have been
thought
near the
the hearts
chip
had a
lead if he could have seen a heart on that river.
3 hearts on the board. Should way less likely to have one in your hand. Although the Jack of Hearts.
Good hand.
I don't know. Weird spot.
All right, let's see if you had that 10.
I did. Should have asked. I did. I also flopped a pair.
I flopped top here.
Top, you had the 9?
Yeah, right there. I top 2.
Whew.
I'm not like tanking with fucking nothing here. This is brutal. Brutal
Of course
spots.
he has
You're
straight,
putting me
yeah.
in the blender over here.
The replay
You've been putting
justifying
sticks
even
in
more so than was already explained.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of the other one. What was the other one?
The one where he flopped the flush.
Oh, right.
10-6 of hearts.
What, am I not supposed to defend that hand? Leave me alone.
I didn't say you did anything wrong.
Exactly.
Joseph is chipped up a bit, but still has less than 12 big blinds and looks down at ace-10 suited. We'll just let it go from early position. Matt, though, his suited ace from the button looks a little better to him, and he chooses to open up the pot.
Good bet.
Gets it through with no contest.
The greens?
No, the browns. I said
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, that's fine.
I don't know why I said gray.
Yeah.
He wants to see how many chips he's going to give you when he doubles you out.
Well, I hope.
There's our stacks. It's Mike as the shorty with 6.5. Hayden on top. 42 big blinds. 42, the answer to life, universe, and everything.
That's mine?
What I will say, I think what I started to say earlier is, speaking of great places to play cards, huge upgrade, in my opinion, this series, being up here in the conference center. So spacious. You know, before on the CCC side, we were up in the tournament area, and then the cash game area had tournament tables. Live stream was down in the basement floor, and everything was kind of separated. Here, they're all in one spot. We've got the giant, massive room. You can see everybody, sometimes 6 events happening at the same time in different corners of the room. Live stream in one corner. There's food up here. Just a fantastic place to play cards.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known the difference since this is my first time playing here, but it makes so much sense, and I've really enjoyed the room. And like you said, it's nice where you have everything all in one area. And I've seen, like, you know, there's the main event started, and then they got the 6 Max Day 2 going, and, you know, satellites and stuff. So perfect room. Really nice, huge, and yeah, it seems like a perfect place to play.
You almost can't, like, if you have bad eyes, you can't see the flop.
General vibes of the room. It's really cool to all be in the same place.
Yeah, it kind of gives me like summer Vegas vibes.
Yeah,
almost.
exactly. It's almost like walking into Paris.
Yes, exactly.
With a giant room,
convention center,
ships shuffling everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually really nice.
Hayden looking at a playable hand, feels like the first in a bit. Ace-8 suited from the cutoff.
Right.
Raise. Raise.
We'll raise it up, and everyone not named Mike is in a really tough spot, given Mike has such a short stack now. All eyes are on him.
Hayden finally gets to get in the mix. He's been dealt out a little bit too.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you don't have the right cards to do anything with, even as a big stack, just kind of got to chill a little bit. And he's picked some good spots and played well. The blinds going up. Stacks are really getting a little bit short here, and you're going to have to... Something's got to give at some point. So we're still 5-handed. Got a few sub-6, 8 big blind stacks, I believe.
Yeah, Mike with even less than that. 17-7 is just 6 big blinds.
Let's it go. Suited queen not going to be good enough to shove. Ooh, Kharlin picking up with a monster, but it is on Joseph on the button here.
Does have a paint card, 9 big blinds, but wisely chooses to ditch it.
Yeah, that is actually very a good fold, but on the cusp. About 9 big blinds, especially with a shorter stack behind. Just let that one go.
8 million.
Kharlin, though, pocket queens, of course, getting involved, raises to 8 million. Out of position from the small blind, slightly bigger sizing than most raises you'll see pre-flop. And Matt, with a suited king 7, decent candidate to see a flop with.
Yeah, Matt known to not be afraid. Lets it go.
I don't know if that's so much fear as not wanting to put in 8 million chips against Kharlin in this particular configuration with the short stacks surrounding him.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, just gets to let that go and hopefully get a bust out before he has to get in any sort of trouble there. So good fold there. And moving on, we have Mike with 6 big blinds and Joseph with 9. And 5-handed, you're going to hit those blinds very quickly.
Yeah, every 5 hands we're putting in 2.5.
Yep.
That means Mike has just a couple orbits left before he's going to be forced to get involved.
So now 13 big blinds.
Oh, we have a limp with the ace-king.
Can induce Hayden to jam.
9 million.
This had to be what Matt had in mind with the limp.
And the great thing about this raise is now Matt just gets to jam and pick up all that dead money without seeing 5 cards.
Oh,
Limp jam and Hayden just side folds. Yeah, nice hand to limp there and induce, and he does just that against the chip leader. And he picks up like 5 big blinds uncontested as far as seeing all 5. So nice result for him.
It's going to be frustrating for Hayden because he hasn't really got out of line. He hasn't really ramped up aggression just because he's the chip leader. He's only picked a few spots, but it seems to be every time he does, something like that happens.
Yeah, I think a little frustration came out there, rightfully so. You know, he hasn't gotten out of line at all, actually, and picks one spot to do it, just runs into it.
On that hand, out of curiosity? Morbid curiosity.
yesterday?
No, just now.
Which hand?
Like the
I'm not even lying. Which hand are you talking about?
The one that you just did.
Just now?
Asking
Yeah,
if he has
just now.
spades.
It was pre-flop. What are you talking about?
He's there. He just wants to know
Oh,
if you have
just
the ace of
now?
spades.
Just as specifically, very specific.
Oh.
1 of 52 shots. You have the ace of spades there.
I don't remember.
We'll find out
Yeah,
later.
I'm not lying.
It's an odd question.
You lied about the ace 4.
not only when I didn't know that I was going to get busted 5 minutes later.
Yeah,
Or
bro, we're all
actually,
going
I
to see
only
your
said it
cards
'cause I
at
knew I
least
was
in
gonna
30
get
minutes.
That was the comment.
No.
Right, but Mike asking specifically if he had the ace of
Gotta
spades
make a
for some
decision.
reason. I'm not sure why.
He
These
said
two
out of
gentlemen can
morbid
battle it out.
curiosity in
Yeah.
his words, so I don't know.
Hold on.
Maybe
Oh
just,
my goodness, well, we're going to get a snap
oh
here.
boy.
I got a big one.
Hayden just
queen
running
short
into
stack
it
is
here.
Queens versus small blind 10-3 off. Small blind covers.
Only 5 big blind shove
Short stack
from Hayden, given Mike's stack size. And
Yeah, Mike's super lucky to wake up with that strong of a hand there.
Sweat.
only backdoor
not
opportunities
the
and
biggest
running
sweat.
cards.
Yeah, not the biggest sweat in the world.
Oh,
There's
boy.
That,
the
however,
There's the sweat.
open ender. Not there.
What's the count?
There was a sweat indeed, Hayden, but unfortunately it doesn't come through for you. And our short stack, Mike,
14.
will find a double.
sweat. Yeah, what a spot to wake up with the monster there.
$14.7, you said?
A little smirk from Mike, very
Yeah,
happy.
he's double checking, you know.
Looks right.
Waking up with that in a big blind, you're feeling great.
He's not
No,
wrong.
Actually,
Almost anything, especially when you're asking.
actually, the answer is no to that. I had a red ace.
The red ace? Okay.
Yeah. It's coming back to me, yeah. It's red. I think it was a diamond.
I had the ace of diamond on him.
And then it was a heart.
0.5,
Red aces.
Mike does find the double. Mike's a casino dealer, so he's in the industry, but now he finds himself on the other side, on the felt. Self-proclaimed mega nerd.
That's awesome.
He's into some Magic the Gathering, into some Dungeons and Dragons. A lot of overlap between former Magic the Gathering players and poker players. I'm not sure why, but apparently, according to them, a lot of similar things between the two games.
Yeah, I've heard that. I actually always kind of wanted to get into Dungeons and Dragons myself, but I never really did.
Yeah, me too.
Hayden waking up with the big hand on the button as our chip leader.
Once again, Hayden doubles up the small short stack again. Not necessarily the worst thing, although these doubles are getting slightly more expensive with the big blinds in play. So would likely prefer just to win every all-in from here on out and not have to look at the bright side.
Exactly. Joseph in the big blind, sub 10 bigs, queen 8 off. So since our chip leader min raised, the big blind can flick it in here and get it in on a lot of flops where he flops a pair, etc. But he is absolutely crushed here with the queen 8. You can just let this go, but it is a tough spot when you're just getting one big blind call. Does call. Little does he know it, but he needs to flop some sort of 8x or diamonds as he's crushed by the ace queen. Flops gutter, backdoor diamonds. Hayden just gonna put maximum pressure on.
Finally, Hayden picks a spot to exert maximum pressure where it's not going to hurt him. And he can pick up a relatively large pot with, I would assume, not much contest, but maybe Joseph feels otherwise. Does take his time, as is usual, when it comes to the decision. And that's a fold. Chat asking about the payouts. Next one is 5th place, $37,145. 4th place, $54,631. So we have a $17,500 pay jump in front of us from 5th to 4th place. There's our current stack sizes with those pay jumps in play. Now Joseph's our short stack after Mike finding the double. Joseph only holding 6 big blinds with the 18.3 million as we approach our first break of the day, not too long from now. Some players limping into that break and some players dominating. Hayden still with the chip lead. The blinds are going up aggressively, and Hayden kind of coasting around the same stack throughout this entire final table. If Joseph chooses to shove here, Kharlin's going to have another tough decision. For 5.5 big blinds. Doesn't get put to that test, and Joseph will let the queen 6 go. Full payouts now that we're in between hands. 5th place, $37,145. 4th place, $54,631. 3rd place, $82,437. 2nd place, $120,882. And 1st place, $178,065. Action folds over to our short stack, Joseph, one of our short stacks. He's on just under 6 big blinds and looks down at ace-7 offsuit on the button.
Yeah, this is going to be a slam dunk all in here with an ace on the button.
All in.
With that stack size.
Both of his opponents with ace-5 off. Awkward for Kharlin.
Yeah, awkward for Kharlin because of Matt on his left.
I think I got a call.
Wow.
Oh, man.
This hand
Ace-7 versus ace-5.
could end up in a chop a
ace-7.
decent amount of the time.
A
hope
lot of
so.
chops
Put a
with these
beautiful
boards,
5
but
up
we'll
there,
see.
that'd be nice.
Yeah, this is one of those flops that lead to chops very often.
Chop it up.
There it is.
Chop.
Aces and eights with a jack kicker
Chop.
for both players. No elimination, no double. Next hand.
Yeah, I'm sure Joseph isn't too mad about that result.
Once he sees the cards, probably not what he was hoping for, but in general, absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you think the toughest stack size is to play in tournament poker? Put you on the spot.
Definitely a middling stack, I would say.
At a
Yeah.
final table, absolutely. But just
Yeah.
in general.
In general? Yeah, I think, again, just like a middling stack. You know, when you have chips, it's a little easier to get away with stuff, assert aggression. And when you're at a small stack, that's kind of like easy decisions in the sense of, you know, you're just playing your stack size. But I would say I struggle personally the most with a middling stack.
Like
for
25, 30 big blinds.
I would say 30 to 40.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything above that's kind of considered a little deep stacked, and anything less is short, and, you know, just get to...
Awkward stack size,
It
yeah.
can be, but it's also a fun stack size because you could do some fun things. But it's definitely my weakest part of my game.
Kharlin with a pocket pair on the button. Finds the sailboats.
This could be trouble. He lets it go. Wow.
Wow.
Very nice disciplined fold there.
Probably has more to do with opening into the chip leader than Matt, and yet it's Matt who has the pocket nines. Oh,
Yeah, and
it's,
Matt,
it's like an instant replay.
yeah, and that pocket nines is a scary one to just flat there. Your hand needs so much protection.
Not that time.
Another limp shove for the second orbit in a row, and
Yeah.
Hayden immediately said, "You're really pissing me off." Getting tired of trying to take those spots, putting the pressure on the small blind, and just getting immediately punished. He's the big stack. He's supposed to be putting this pressure on,
Yeah.
not getting jammed on every time.
Exactly. Yeah, just unlucky that his opponent both times had very, very strong hands. But working out in Matt's favor there both times where he induces the raise.
Yeah. Joseph now 6.5 bigs and king queen off from under the gun.
Gonna be another slam dunk shove here. Be elated to see that hand under the gun with 6 bigs.
Oh no.
Was there someone shorter than him?
No.
Yeah.
I think you're right in general, but his body language.
Yeah, he's not loving it
Yeah.
right now. I mean, it's scary. You're playing for a lot of money. You don't love it, but you got to do it. This is where you just kind of got to be brave and put it all in.
And he agrees.
Again, Hayden looks like he's asking for a count.
It's like right around 19 million.
That folds all the way to Hayden, who has a mystery hand.
Oh, it's a big blind.
He folds.
And folds.
$19.
I don't know if Mike's posturing here. Suited queen. It's not going to be good enough. It's posturing a little bit. Be most of his stack to call. Definitely can wait for a better spot. Not beating anything. Except for maybe like Jack 10 suited.
He might, for some reason, think Joseph range is wider than it actually is, given how short he is. Maybe that's what he's thinking.
Yeah. you're performing terribly against all of his middling small pairs. You're behind every ace-x, king-x. I think it's a little bit of posturing and also just, you don't want to give up your big blind that easy. So he ends up folding.
The chat calling for clock. Break coming up very soon. Not sure since we're on a 30-minute delay. Chris, there in the chat, but very soon.
It's close.
Yeah, and even though we have like an 8.5 and 9 big blind stack, yes, they're short. However, still plenty of ways to maneuver and navigate with a short stack, and it's anybody's game at this point. One double and you're second in chips, so anybody's game.
Smaller.
Mike putting the pressure on with just a barely covering stack. Shows a 7-6, but Joseph looks down at absolute bottom of the range, 3-4 offsuit.
Blinds going up. Stacks getting shorter.
Oh, you flopped 2 pair.
Stacks are very condensed at this point. Oh, they're seeing that he flopped 2 pair there.
Jack 2? It's not 2 pair?
Oh, no, where he flopped top pair versus middle pair.
Make it this far.
I can't see it.
I remember there
Folded
was
an
final 2 tables. I was like, what the heck?
Folded an 8?
Dude, the board was like 7-7-4-4. And this guy goes
Aces
all
for
3
Matt
suits, rips
under the
river, and he calls with
gun.
ace high.
I played that hand a little funny. I limped in with an ace.
That you
Plays
did.
it cool.
There were some people.
Hopefully he just puts in a
Nine.
min raise here. Oh, he goes 3x.
Does he go to 9 million?
He does.
Okay.
All right. Interesting. I don't want folds if I have aces under the gun. Put in that min raise. But he goes 3x. 9 million now. Don't think he's going to get any action here, as the reigning players don't have very good hands. Is Joseph thinking here?
Thinking just long enough to find the fold.
And Kharlin going to throw it away for 3 big blinds. Probably even folding for 2 there. But anyway, ace is under the gun. Picks it up.
Yeah, some non-standard sizings from Matt there. He's limped in the ace-5 off. He's 3x the aces. So probably keeping these other players on their toes who aren't used to such wide varied play at final tables, which sometimes can work to your advantage.
It definitely can. Yeah, the thing about having aces, you also want to leave room for your opponents to 3-bet with worse, and when you go 3 big blinds, you're taking some of that away, and also just even, you want the big blind to be calling with a wide range, and you're forcing them to fold a lot of crappy hands that you have absolutely crushed. So non-standard to say the least. However, he does win the hand, and they're playing for a lot of money.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. Wow. All right. Yeah. And what do I need here? 3.
Yeah, I keep thinking these are a million.
2 and 3. Okay.
Jason looks down at King 9 off with just over 6 big blinds.
There's an almighty run, a 15-minute break, 15-minute break.
All in?
Does put it all in there. We'll fold through pretty quickly. That is the last hand before we're taking our 15-minute break. Ashley and I will step away while we play some promotional videos here from Borgata and BetMGM Poker. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, Hayden Hetland tries to close it out. He's got the chip lead with 35 big blinds, but 4 of his opponents look to stand in his way. Ashley, we'll be right back.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. They just not even a ball. Who needs a ball? Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
Into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. They just not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. It's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
Into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. They just not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. It's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
All right, we are back after the break, and this is the very first hand, so you haven't missed anything. We're playing 2 million, 4 million, 4 million poker. Hayden's still our chip leader with 25 bigs. So stacks are getting shallower. Pressure increases on the shorties.
Excuse me.
And
They said when.
And then playing the 4 million big blind, the open to 10 million from Kharlin on the button. Even our chip leader is not that deep at this point, so pressure is on, things are escalating, stacks are shallow. A lot of money to give away and not a lot of time to do it. When you're playing the 4 million big blind, your average stacks, let's see, somewhere around 15 to 20 bigs. Not a lot of post-flop playability. You hope to pick up premiums, you hope to pick up good hands and pick up pots uncontested, but we're heading to pre-flop collisions very often in these situations. Matt finds a hand. Okay, here's what we're talking about. King Queen suited opens the button. Mike rips 27 million.
You got something good?
Yep.
With Ace King, and Matt, of course, calls.
Ace King, I don't know what he has yet.
I'm in bad shape.
Ace, king, king, queen for the ladder.
The jam from Mike only just less than 7 big blinds, so not much you can do there in Matt's position except for hope to hit a queen or some clubs.
That's a good start.
Oh, flops it open ender and a backdoor flush draw.
And open under. There he is.
Bink.
Queen.
Only a queen can help Mike. It's not there, and Mike is eliminated. The casino dealer, the mega nerd, the Magic the Gathering player, works his way all the way up to 5th place, but no further. Congratulations on him for the deep run. The man originally from Canton, Ohio, who now lives in Washington, PA, exits the tournament with $37,145 in his back pocket. Well done. And now we're down to 4 players remaining. Notice that Matt Wolf with that pot has just taken the chip lead for the first time at this final table from Hayden Hetland, both of which are very close with about 24 big blinds, but Matt inches into the lead with 97 million.
I'm still staying in this seat, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They stopped the clock. He's just moving. They're like centering the table.
Maybe we could do like a
that was a big one.
We're just stretching out. That's the best part of final tables is when somebody busts, you get to move the chairs around. 4 seats is what meant to be an 8-handed table. Is everybody can take their room. Why are we cramped anymore? No reason.
This is a good setup.
I believe I can agree with you. Yeah.
No, I'd like to stay here. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. That way I could keep my chips.
Yeah, I mean, still very, very shallow.
And that button is yours, Hayden.
Main event dealers, complete hands are on. Blinds are up. 300, 500, 500, 300, 500, 500, next hand.
Players are noting how shallow they are.
Perspective changes, you know? The whole perspective changes. You know? Feels like...
A lot of money in play without many big blinds in play. Haven't heard yet on stream here any talks, anybody bring up anything about a chop, but oftentimes in these situations that conversation does come up, and Borgata and BetMGM Poker does allow it as long as we leave enough money to play for on the table. So we'll let you know if that comes up, but thus far, these 4 have not spoke about it that we know of.
Yeah, and first place still over 3.5 times what fourth place gets paid right now. So a huge gap still in the payouts, and also just not a lot of big blinds between them all. So I could anticipate possibly some ICM talk in the near future.
A lot of it will depend on what happens to Joseph in the very near future as the very short stack.
Very true.
He's got just 6.5 big blinds. And if he were to find a double, then we don't have that shorty that all eyes are on.
We have a dead button.
Okay, Hayden jams in what is essentially the button position. Given that the button is dead. Joseph very short. Not sure what the thinking is, unless just to take a moment to figure out exactly how many big blinds he has. That's likely the case, and gets through very quickly.
No, the button's going to stay the same spot.
Oh, next big jump is even better. Look at that.
That's how it works.
You see that? You guys see that?
I see it. It's a nice one, huh?
Yeah.
On.
All right. These spots suck.
And all in from our chip leader Hayden with king, queen offsuit, putting the pressure on these shorties. Of course, this time he has the hand to back it up. What kind of calculations is Joseph thinking when he looks at a hand like this with this many chips?
Almost 5. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, king high, sure, you had someone's time. You have 4 bigs behind, so yeah, you don't have a lot, but you are in the small, so you get to see a few more hands before you're back in the big blind. There does come a point where you're going to have to flick it in with a certain number of bigs, but I think in this case he just has slightly too many to put in a call here.
Yeah, never in fantastic shape. Probably just working out what's the chances I see a better hand before
King 4.
I'm forced in.
Exactly.
Pitch it.
What'd you have?
King 4.
Oh, I had you dominated. I had king queen.
Yeah. Nice hand.
Hayden finally able to kind of assert some aggression with some good hands, of course, and now up to 28 big blinds.
4.
Tough spot for Joseph. Gotta find something here.
No, it's all good. I believe you, bro. It seemed genuine. We had a nice fist bump in the hallway this morning. How could you lie to me?
Had a nice fist bump.
In the hallway today.
You can't lie after a night.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No way.
No, come on. Not big.
Nice fist bump. No way. Big
You're
fist bump.
you're not the type.
Thank you, bro.
4, 3, 4.
Those interested in the payouts in play, they're in chat. 4th place, next person eliminated takes home just over $54K. 3rd place, just over $82K. 2nd place, $120,882. And 1st place, $178,065. That's what's in play. These short stacks are extremely valuable. No one wants to bust next. But look at Joseph with ace, jack, offsuit, 4 big blinds. That's how much 16.5 million is these days.
All in.
Wow.
And moves it in. Kharlin folds. Matt also folds. Not even a thought with the 4 big blinds. And that's a huge pickup for Joseph. Moves 4 big blinds in. Everyone folds, and he wins 2.5. It's massive. Gives him an entire orbit again to continue looking for double
prefer
spots.
to just put him in the box when I look at him.
They're asking. It's not me.
Next hand. Yeah. Maybe.
It's not me. It's them.
I'll put the box in when I look at him. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Production asking Mac to make sure his cards hit the box, and see, he said he'll put them in the box when he looks at them, but sometimes he forgets to put them in the box. So that's all we care about. Let us see.
It's Joseph with a suited queen under the gun with not a lot of big blinds behind.
All in.
He does decide to jam. Suited queen under the gun. Unless
It's a
a
pretty
player.
hand.
There's
I saw the hand. You got to show it.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Exposed cards. I apologize, guys.
This is the second time he's thought he was in the big blind, and he's actually in the small blind.
You know what I mean?
And Joseph gets it through there.
Come here. Should I ask to look at numbers in this configuration or no?
Button's right.
You guys want to look at any numbers at all?
I would love to look at numbers.
It's up to you guys. I mean, if someone says no, then we just keep playing. I mean, we all have sub 10 blinds. Like, well, not out.
That's a little exaggerated.
Yeah. However, they all are relatively short.
You guys are interested in, so whatever you want to do.
I'm just it's up to you. It doesn't matter. I'm just.
We pause the action.
We can look at them, but I'm.
And here's that conversation we were talking about.
No, I understand. But yeah, I mean, I was just making the offer to look.
Let's look at.
Inevitably comes up in these situations with lots of money in play and not a lot of big blinds in play. Requesting the tournament director pause the clock.
Completely reasonable considering how much money they're playing for and how high a variance this is going to become as they're all short.
Especially because first place is the biggest score of all of these players' career.
Exactly.
I would imagine if we saw somebody like a Bin Wang or something, he would probably shut down these talks because that's not the case. But this is a massive score for all four of these guys.
Big spot for all of them, for sure.
Okay. What your deal is on you guys, that's up to you guys. But the streaming is someone will play for a winner. That's up to you guys, however you guys decide.
All right, so what we're going to do now, because this is an unscheduled break, they are going to pause the clock. They're going to step away. It'd be pretty boring for you guys to sit here and look at an empty table. So we are going to take a quick unscheduled break. But before we do, let's look at our payouts in play. Fourth place, 54K, 82 for third, 120 for second, and 178 for first. These four guys are going to look at numbers, figure out if they want to come up with some sort of deal. But one thing's for certain, we are going to play no matter what they come back with for a substantial amount of money left on the table. We do not allow them to straight chop and end play. So play will continue one way or another. Whether these payouts are adjusted or not remains to be seen. They're going to count their chips so that they can calculate ICM, and we're going to take off for a short break. But come back soon to see how this one shakes out, and if we have any updates for you, we will share them.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball. Who needs a ball? Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. Woo! it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Woo! We're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo! I got the best seat in the house.
Into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
All right, we're coming back. You see there, players have wrapped up talking about some sort of deal. We do know one thing for certain. They are leaving a substantial amount of money on the table, but we do not have exact numbers as the players did this on the side themselves. However, we are, no matter what, playing down to a champion. So we will see this through to a finish.
I want to see who's going to win the trophy.
That's what I'm
Still
saying.
got the trophy up for grabs too, as well as the money up top.
Suited up gang in the house wanted to see their boy close it out, so we're going to get the chance.
Yeah, we're playing it out.
They'll know what's going on, but yeah, they will say, there will be comments saying that there was a deal.
We will hear Hayden asking on the live stream for everyone to hear if it's going to be announced. Well, Hayden, you just announced it to them. Some sort of deal was made. We're not privy to the exact numbers. If it's released or made publicly available, it will be posted on the Poker.org instant live feed.
Where are you from, by the way?
And if we get it, we'll share it. But we do know a substantial amount of money has been left to play for, as Borgata does ask that of the players that participate in these events. We want it to come to a climactic finish, and we want a substantial amount of money to be played for in addition to the trophy. So we are going to see this through. We are going to crown a champion. We're going to see who gets the most money here. But congratulations are in order to these four players for locking themselves up a giant payday. A big score, no doubt, for all four of them.
Yeah, and down 4, $500 buy-in.
Yep.
Pretty nice ROI here for all these players.
You heard one of the guys say this is going to go quick. It's a little more comfortable getting it in once you lock up, and these massive pay jumps are no longer in play.
12 million.
3x sizing again from Matt on the button. Annoying for Joseph to just have to fold 8 million chips.
Well, I'm not even gonna ask how to say it.
Don't worry, Hayden. You're crushing. You got all the support of everyone in chat, no matter how this thing comes to a finish. It's been a pleasure watching you play. So focus on your game. Don't worry about this chop, and don't worry about what we announced on the live stream. Let's see you close this one out for... What are we talking about? Red.
Yeah.
Big red.
Thank you.
You only have one.
I have one stack of brown, yeah, and then this.
It's like 20.
Yeah,
26 change. Okay.
Somebody in chat there as the break was coming
Around
to an
26.
end named Dimas.
26 and change.
Said, Big Red, remember, I took you to the strip club in Vegas. Don't forget about me when you win. Very next comment. Oof. Signed Hayden's mom.
Kharlin waking up with it.
That's an easy one. That's an easy one to play. That's an easy one to play.
I've had aces and kings BBB, and you gave me 2 walks.
I had 7 deuce that time. 7 deuce off.
Gets 2 walks, once with kings and just now with aces.
My goodness.
He's doing all right, though. Can't feel too bad for him.
Just kings.
Yeah, I just felt like being weird, not showing it, but announcing.
What are we playing? 4. 4?
Couple of strong holdings here, this short stacked. Hayden shoves the king 10 suited, and Joseph finds a pair on the button. Six and a half big blinds.
All in.
That could be bad news.
Will commit his stack.
King 10 versus 8s. We have 8s. Yeah. Yeah, this one was getting in for sure.
King ball. Hearts. Heart. King
Nothing
10.
there for Hayden. A turn in a river.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously.
Oh my
More outs.
Obviously a jack on the turn.
King 10 queen.
King 10 queen indeed.
Brick.
Yeah.
Not the
What's the
paints
count,
that
sir?
Hayden needed, and ships a large portion of his stack over to short stack Joseph. And look at this. All of a sudden, the
Good
stacks
thing
are
for you that we ICM.
fairly even. We go
Yeah,
from
that was getting
63 to 89.
Yeah, everything evening out here.
That would have been like a ginormous flip if we were playing for the amount. I mean, it still is. Okay, so I have...
You hear Joseph say it. Yeah, happy. Or Hayden should be happy he locked up what he did during those talks.
20, no, that's 25.
Matt now a chip leader.
Right?
Just like
Yeah,
that.
that's
Look at all
5
these
million.
stacks, how close they are in size.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It is very crazy.
That's 26,500,000.
Oh shit, I had way too much out.
Look how fucking honest I am. Look
Dude, you're an honest man,
Look
dude.
how honest I am.
If
They
we're-
almost overpaid me by 5 million. Yeah, I'm just too honest.
Not how you want to win. Earn
Sounds a
those
lot
chips,
better than what
Joseph.
I had out there before.
Shows that that's what you're going to be taking.
Perfect.
Kelly DeSella, shout out Poker Room Manager here, handling the paperwork and the details for that deal.
Yes, Kelly. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it a lot. Right here, right? Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very
But
much.
make no mistake, even if you lock up some money, these guys want the trophy.
I want the
Thanks for
trophy.
taking the deal, by the way. I know you said that.
Play for the glory.
It's good for all of us.
And the money.
You too. I know you said initially.
It's just not nearly as fun now. But
It changes things quite a bit, obviously.
true.
Well, we get to chill, hang out with the stream and stuff, you know.
Ah, I still
Friends,
love
family,
playing.
everyone
It's not
watching.
nearly as fun.
Let's play some cards, kids.
Let's play some cards.
At least now it's not as serious, you know.
Yeah.
We can go back to talking and going about our days like normal humans. What, are you limp chopping again? You're a jerk. All right. All in. All in.
Call.
All in call.
Wow.
Flip it.
Massive hand. Matt goes for the limp reshove again.
Hayden's not folding the pair.
And all of a sudden, Hayden's at risk. His tournament life is at risk.
Risk.
No, I'm out. I'm not in the
This is how it always happens. You lose with King 10 and then King 10 beats you.
For literally every chip. Sorry.
149 million chips in the middle of this pot. The biggest pot of the entire tournament. Hayden with pocket sixes against King 10 suited. Will it hold?
Ah, yeah.
A king on the flop and Hayden drawing to two outs.
I think you guys could see, right?
Oh! The 6 ball on the turn.
Wow, no king. No, not the early celebration king. Oh, thank God. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
6 on the turn, a full house for Hayden.
What a huge turn.
My goodness.
What?
Look, I told you this.
I got
right
him
here.
covered, right?
Queen.
I kind of knew I was folding but it's just like I have a king in 4.5 blinds. Like,
Suited up on top.
I literally have 4 bigs in this hand.
I don't want to be annoying. I want to take the.
That was gonna get in either way.
I don't know about that.
You're not calling with King 10?
No, not no.
600.
Hayden does find the double through Matt. Matt left with only a few big blinds in stack. And now, once more, instead of being sent out the door, the 2-outer puts Hayden back on top of the counts with 37 big blinds, 150 million.
70 million.
70 million. 71.
Over half of the chips in play here at the Almighty Million final table.
I believe he started the day like
in that
that.
front
Almost
stack
half
right
the
there?
chips in play.
Sorry? What's in that front? You got break that down. Heat. So that's 2, 4, 7. What's over there? Just count that if you could.
Wow, that was a crazy 6.
Yeah, it was.
That was a crazy 6 indeed.
72, 6.
All right. So
The
you wanna
6
count
from
it out?
heaven, bro.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
70.
Oh my
10.
corner pocket. Tell your mother.
20, 30.
Hayden auditioning for a future commentating role here.
70. 72. 600,000.
This is a big count here and make sure everything's right, as that was a massive pot and a lot of chips in the middle.
Of course
Like
you were
actual
limp chopping
chips.
again, you sicko.
Lots of stacks
That's why
there.
I call you there, just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
The limp re-raise, the limp call.
He's
That's
getting
our
sick of the
history together
limp
now.
shoves from
And
Matt.
it looks like you get the best of it. So congrats.
50, 60.
But I'm not through yet, young man.
61 million, 63 million.
Just all the chips being shipped Hayden's way. Has to love it.
It's a heck of a good turn fee.
It's a decent turn, I'd say. Thank you, dealer. Oh shit, I still got more chips though.
If you want to know the truth, the same thing might have happened because you might have you probably would have made a 10 or whatever, 15, and I might have re-raised you and you call me. That's might have how it would have happened.
I don't know, that's a freaking ICM punt for me.
You guys are getting to the turn no matter what.
So yeah, if we were playing for real, I might rip with you again.
Oh no, I'm talking about, we're talking about if we didn't take the chop, how that hand would have played.
If you raise normal there, and I rip all in, which I probably would with the King 10,
I don't know, I'd be in
that's
the blender.
the difference.
I would be in the absolute blender, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So.
For those in the chat asking,
now it
yes,
doesn't
there
matter.
was some sort of ICM-based deal made, but you here at Borgata, you cannot just make a deal and stop play. A substantial amount of money still has to be left on the table. That's what these players have done. So yes, some money has been locked up. That is done, but there is a substantial money left to play for, and the trophy. And you know all of these players want that. Right now, it's Hayden in pole position on top of the counts.
What do I got left here? Not a whole lot.
You already won second place.
I did.
And you hear Matt
Do they
say,
got, backpacks
not a
in the
lot
gift shop?
left.
Are you even allowed to fly with that much?
Does he move it all
Are
in
you all
blind?
in blind?
He moved it in blind.
Okay.
This is good
It's a
TV.
decent hand.
I'm
to
not
rip
flying
there.
with the cash.
Oh, absolutely. King 9 off.
It's
Woof.
massive with 4 bigs. Very above average. hand.
Dude.
All in.
Joseph wakes up with pocket eights.
Again.
Get first place on. What do you got?
Eights.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. I get
Hey, it's a flip.
King 9 versus 8s. I have 8s.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Against the shorty.
Updating his
Yeah.
rail.
I don't
Always
like
fun.
the fakes.
I sold it in 8.
I think an 8's gonna come.
You can say that.
I think it's going to be king on the flop. I do.
Maybe.
King
I
or
think if it's gonna
9.
be anything, it
Matt
might be a
needs
9.
stay alive.
That's a bad
That's
start.
a really good flop for eights.
Running spades.
so
King
But
or
the
9.
dealer loves putting 6 stuff on the turn.
Indeed, he does.
Oh, it was almost
Spade. I'm shocked there was no spade.
Even a 9 would
Oh,
be good, right?
he wanted the river this time. Look at his face. He wants it to go in the river. Bink! Oh.
Hayden, not
You too,
a
buddy.
future predictor,
Good game.
bricks out, and
You got
our
it.
boy
Seriously, great
Matthew
score,
Wolf
man.
is
Congrats.
shipped out in 4th place. Congratulations to him for the deep
All right,
run.
let's flip for it.
4th place, original payouts there,
Really not flipping
54,631. Those have been adjusted. We're not privy to the final numbers, but Matt locks up a 4th place cash for his
He's on
deep
top of
run.
20K for
Congratulations.
Dude, I thought he was gonna fucking flip over a red card. I was like, this fucking guy is nuts, dude.
Don't mess with my big blind. I'm calling any two. I mean it. I know you're. Can we decrease the blind timer to 5 minutes? Let's really gamble.
Hayden looking
Starts
to
on me.
gamble it up as easier to do when you're the massive chip leader. And you've got some sort of ICM thing in place.
Dude, really, you guys folded out a freaking monster, dude.
Add that dominator.
Something told me he was lying before he turned over his cards.
Just call.
Yeah, you should have ripped it. But I'm snapping you off. I'm getting there.
Hayden has what I'd like to call chirping chips.
Yeah, he's talking. He can, though. He's got 150 million chips. So fun. What a fun spot to be in.
Kharlin finds an ace with 11 big blinds from the button. 3-handed, any ace is strong. 11 big blinds makes that even stronger. But look at him choosing to just go with a 2x open. And Joseph finds a strong hand of his own in the big blind with king, queen off. Might this be a collision between
Grounded in
these
hand,
two?
Okay, thank you. All in?
All in.
Joseph does move all in and get get a fold from Kharlin with the ace-3 off. So Joseph takes it down with the king-queen off. Kharlin folds and lives to see another day with 9 big blinds behind.
Yeah, ace 4 off, not performing well there after a jam, but it is obviously a hand you want to raise with from the button.
Even with a stack as short of as 11 bigs, where's our cutoff? What ace do we need to start thinking about calling?
In theory, I believe it's probably a call off if the big blind is shoving appropriately.
Hayden just max pressure. Ace 3.
Play that shit.
As he should.
As our current stacks, three-handed. Kharlin Sued, our short stack with 7 bigs. Hayden on top with 39, and Joseph in the middle with 24 bigs. But look at this. Kharlin finds aces three-handed. Folded the ace 3 a moment ago with 11 bigs. Rewarded with pocket aces. How does he want to play it?
If it's me, I'm
calling blind.
Well,
okay.
That answers that question.
Oh! Aces versus Jack 7. Shorty has aces. Yeah.
This would be a sick one.
Sub 10.
Sub 10, yeah.
It's a great.
We're like, we both have heaps. He covers me, but hold on.
Jack 7.
Seven in the win.
Oh my goodness.
That's sick, bro. That's so sick.
Oh my goodness. Kharlin finally gets action with the aces.
When it's going well, it's going well for chip leader, and Kharlin Sued is eliminated in 3rd place. We are going to head to heads-up play between
So we'll chop up the 20K. I get 9, you get 11.
Hayden Hetland and Joseph Molitor.
Sorry, man.
What's the trophy worth?
2 players left.
I
And what we're going to do, I know we've taken a couple breaks recently.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Don't feel ya.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for bearing with us, sticking through these unscheduled breaks as these players figure out exactly how they want to break this down. We did confirm that there was an ICM deal four-handed. Now we're heads up. Now these trophies are in play. We've got two beautiful Borgata trophies and a BetMGM trophy right there in the middle. And they are going to play for it. So these two guys are sitting down heads up. Hayden with a 2-1 chip lead.
Cheers, you're a good guy.
You too, man. What was your? I'm sorry, I missed your name again. Hayden. I knew that.
All the way to heads up.
Sounds good.
What's your name?
They've been friendly all day, fist bumping, talking to each other, and what's your name? That's one of the beautiful things about poker. You don't have to know a guy's name to sit down and play an entire day with them for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We want to requesting to change to the other seat.
I've had this one right here.
I'm changing.
And yeah, you can be critical about making deals or wanting to shop or having that conversation, but until you're in these situations and you know what these guys' poker bankroll situation is like, it's really hard to criticize when we're talking $170-something thousand in play.
Hey, we'll both get our picture.
Yeah,
respectable.
Yep, can't judge anybody when there's a lot of money up top. And these are these two guys' biggest scores, so it's a big deal, and they should be really proud of themselves. They should feel really good about this. It's an amazing accomplishment. They beat out a large field, and now they're playing for a lot of money. And yeah, to each their own on that. Also, everybody's situation is different. Situation in life, finances. So never any judgment, and it's always
10.
They should just feel really good about this. It's an amazing score for both of them.
Of course, we want the best show possible, so that's why we're playing for this amount of money left. Those two trophies, like we said, Borgata Trophy there on the right, that thing weighs 10-plus pounds probably. The BetMGM Trophy specific to this event, the Almighty Million, both in play. Who you got, Ash? If you had to pick one, who's winning this thing? Just know that 90% of the chat is rooting for Hayden.
I think Hayden has all the momentum right now. So I think in these spots, especially heads up, momentum goes a long way. However, Joseph really wants this too. You can see it. He's all in. He's focused. He's in there. He's played well. Honestly, anybody's game.
It is fairly short as well. The short stack, Joseph has 25 big blinds, so not difficult to get that in the middle, especially once a lot of the money has been locked up. Something tells me these guys aren't going to have a long, drawn-out, hours-long heads-up match.
Right.
A gutter ball and an over for Joseph. Nothing working for Hayden except for the betting lead and position, which is huge.
Also, look at that cool trophy in the middle.
Those things weigh, like I said, 10-plus pounds.
I want one.
Somebody won 2 of them back-to-back days in the mixed games.
What?
And he's like, I don't know how I'm going to get these home. They won't fit in my backpack.
You would have to get a whole other suitcase just for them. Wrap them up in some bubble wrap and get a giant suitcase. Get them all in there. Joseph not going anywhere with his gutter and 1 over and backdoor hearts.
Queen pairs. Making it less likely that either person has a queen. Another small bet from Hayden. 14 into 36. But relative to the chips in play, a very pivotal pot. Gets the fold from the King 10. Better hand folds. Hayden collects the pot and inches 1 step closer to the victory that he wants so badly. 49 big blinds in Hayden Hetland's stack. Joseph Molitor with 22 big blinds. Hayden extends his lead ever so slightly. Both these players, poker professionals, according to their bios they provided us. Playing for a relatively short amount of time, 3 years for Hayden, 1.5 years for Joseph. They're both showing the chops, despite what a little bit of inexperience, to be able to handle this high-pressure situation and navigate a massive field
10 million.
down to the final 2 players vying for the title of Almighty Million winner.
Can't play that shit.
Definitely not.
That hand's bad. That hand's bad. Normally I mix it up, but you know. Holy. I mean, what even am I supposed to do with that?
Fold. Fold.
West Coast versus East Coast battle. Hayden from Seattle, Washington. Joseph Molitor, a local guy here in Glen Olden, Pennsylvania. There's your payouts, the original payouts, 178K for first, 120K for second. That's been redivided, but we are playing for the glory for the trophy and a substantial amount of money here in this heads-up match.
Raise. 10 million.
Big red, all gas, no brakes. Queen high flop for Joseph. Heads up. Any pair is good. Yes, Ash?
Top pair, very strong heads up.
Hayden also knows it's hard to make one of those pairs. He's going to keep the betting lead. Joseph has shown that he is quite pensive, thinks through every decision, but does so whether he has a strong hand or a weak hand. Very hard to get a read on how strong this man is. Here with top pair, his initial reaction looked to be a weakness, and considering folding, we know that's not true. Looks down at the chips.
$24 million.
Raise to 24 million.
Raising for value, top pair.
For the bluff. I'm going to see it anyway.
Hayden gets what he asked for. He wants the free information, and Joseph gives it to him. There's our stacks. Hayden still with a substantial lead, but blinds are high. Anything could change quickly. Look at all those beautiful chips in both player stacks. That's what happens when you start a tournament with a 100K starting stack. You have a couple 100 million in play.
Pretty crazy.
Nearly 300 million, and they're all in either of these player stacks.
It's always a moment in the tournament where one big blind equals the starting stack of the tournament, and that's always like a cool moment where you're like, wow, we're deep in this thing.
Yep. This one chip is what I started this tournament with.
And now it's way more than that. 4 million.
8 million.
Big blind. It's pretty crazy.
Hayden continues to get trash in the big blind and just relinquishes. Joseph chips up even more.
It's always pretty surreal when you end up heads up in a big field tournament and just playing down to a winner like this it's always pretty surreal if you're one of those two guys.
Yeah, there's all these like checkpoints on the path to a victory in tournament poker.
Yeah.
You know, there's bagging day 1. There's bagging day 2. There's when you reach the 3-table redraw and you kind of look around and you're like, oh, it's
getting
one
real.
of us. One
It's
of these
getting real. Yeah.
final table, heads up, and then champion. Each of these guys have ticked off every one of those checkpoints except for the victory. One thing left to accomplish. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just heads up poker until we have a champion.
Pretty cool.
Heads up is one of those things that we just don't get to practice very often.
Yep.
You literally have to either play a heads up tournament, which you don't find very often.
Nope.
Or you have to make it here.
Or you got to make it there. And oftentimes, especially in smaller buy-in tournaments, there's a lot of chops that happen in those, and so you don't get off. If you accept those deals, obviously, you don't get in those spots to play heads up. So, yeah, just not a lot of opportunity to practice this.
Even though heads up tournaments aren't offered very often, Borgata had 2 this series.
Yeah, so fun. So cool.
Very cool to see them do that. Well, the reason you don't see it is because it's not necessarily the most money-making endeavor for a tournament series to offer.
Right.
It still requires a dealer for these matches, and you only get 2 players rake, and the field size are capped, and all these reasons. But it's very cool to see an operator provide a variety of tournaments and tournaments that players want.
Exactly. Yeah, heads-up tournaments are fun.
Raise 10 million.
Raise for 10 million.
Blind's up now. 5 million big blind. A little less than 20 bigs behind for Joseph. Looks down at a suited 9 and 4. Got to play a wide range of hands heads up, obviously. 9-4 suited. Flops a flush draw against Hayden's middle pair.
Check.
2 very strong connections to a board in heads up poker. A flush draw and a pair usually equals more chips going into the pot.
Yeah, you have 9 high. They don't have any showdown value. You have draw. You can get some better hands to fold if you do decide to take the aggressive route, obviously.
Cool.
He opts for the call. Brick turn.
Big decision here for Hayden. Will he keep the pressure on? It looks like he didn't even think about slowing down. Knows that a lot of the strongest aces of Joseph are probably raising pre.
Right.
Might feel pretty good about his queen here.
So even though the bet is 15 million, it is all of 3 big blinds to call here for Joseph. started the hand post flop with exactly a little less than 20 bigs.
Always tempted to give yourself more than one way to win the pot, knowing that hearts don't come on the river most of the time. Just lets it go.
Nice hand.
Joseph doing some accounting, some inventory. He very much wants to win this thing, has not happy with the money locked up. A lot of people, once they get some money locked up and, you know, they're playing for the trophy at the end, they'd be happy to just, oh, I got a flush draw, let's just put it in.
Right.
He cares. He's going to keep playing
care.
his optimal poker.
Yeah. You've made it this far. Winning the trophy is just the icing on the cake, and you want to just take it down once you get the heads up.
I owe 5 more, just putting it out.
Oh, shoot. Blinds are that big, huh?
Suited connector on the button.
A lot of people implementing the limp strategy in heads-up poker these days, so they can more often see flops with hands just like this. What do you think about the heads-up limp?
Yeah, this would be one of those hands that would be nice to limp, and then obviously balance it with some shong ones. So this is a perfectly reasonable one. Just rips it. All in. Ace king.
20 bigs effective. Hayden goes for it all. Can't call with a hand you need to seize a flop with to feel good about putting chips in.
Oh, sorry.
Hayden kind of widening the gap here. 40 bigs to 16.
Does feel like Hayden is very willing to put chips in if he looks at any hand he likes, and Joseph is going to be a little more cautious and pick his spots. So
Right.
we'll see how the cards cooperate with both of those competing strategies.
Yeah.
Hayden just stacking his chips all over the place. This looks like a poorly thought out castle. Multiple towers of varying
What do you
sizes.
do when you have that many chips? You just start piling them all on top of each other.
Joseph building a very clean wall on his side.
So now what do you do with these types of hands when you know Hayden's starting to put aggression on? You limp, he might raise, you might jam. See how he proceeds here.
Yeah, you hate it. You just hate to bleed chips one way or another.
Exactly,
but probably,
yeah. He just ends up mucking it for that exact reason. You know, it's just a hand where if he gets pressure, he has to fold, and yeah, just decides to let it go and pick a better spot.
As we get shorter, every chip lost becomes more and more valuable. So folding becomes a more reasonable play with mediocre hands because we want to preserve our stack for when we do decide to invest.
Exactly, which is what we saw at the final table in a few spots, is players just folding hands that might seem like tight folds, but really in reality, just with dynamics, sometimes it's just the better play on final tables.
In Joseph's spot, we can limp more hands if Hayden's raise size is just a standard 3-bet so that we can continue to play pots. But Hayden seems to be saying, if I'm playing, I'm putting you all in. Good luck. So we're less incentivized to try to see cheap flops because that's not happening. A 3-1 chip lead for Hayden. Joseph with 14 big blinds.
Do I have more than that? Yeah.
Yep.
Double it. These blinds are ridiculous.
A suited king on the button, 14 bigs.
Oh, that's my big blind. Yeah, yeah.
Two options in Joseph's mind, probably. That's, do I want to jam or do I want to call off a jam? And he decides putting it all in is the choice.
All in a call.
King tries. Queen 9 suited.
A near flip for the championship.
King 3 versus Queen 9. I have King 3 of spades.
You heard it from Joseph.
He covers me. He covers me. A good bit.
This is for the chip lead
I started the hand with like
or for the championship. 5 cards away from a title for Big Red or a double from Joseph. Spades versus hearts. Here we go.
Oof, too hard flop for Hayden.
Not celebrating too early.
Queen, 9, or heart, and this title goes to Hayden. Not there. Joseph's king high.
What's the count?
Holds, takes down the pot, and
do you wanna break
positions
these down?
himself into the chip lead. Nearly even stacks, a double secured. The flush draw could not get there. Hayden's so close to that trophy.
So close. Had so many outs.
Watches the turn and river fall brick,
I think I'm
brick.
supposed to call, too.
I think so too.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, indeed.
Main event dealers coming back on the blue deck. Please watch them up. Get them ready.
So this is 50 million, 60 million, 68 million,
Main event
70 million, 500,000.
Getting the count right.
70,500,000.
That entire heads-up match, Hayden chipped away, chipped away, chipped away. Joseph was left with a 3-1 lead. And then one uppercut from Joseph.
And then 500.
Takes it all back and then some. And suddenly Joseph is in the lead.
For how much?
So, 7.5.
You guys are sickos. Probably puts us about even, eh?
So what do you have now? I don't know. I guess I have like 140.
Appropriate that Big Red goes in with 2 big red cards. Doesn't come through for him that time, though.
Here's the point.
Thank you.
And it's a brand new heads-up match.
Yep, it's always anybody's game, especially heads up. And now we have a new chip leader.
I have like 135.
Oh, so yeah, like we're dead even, buddy. Right around dead even. I have slightly more, I guess.
Yep, about dead even indeed. A 2 big blind difference. Still some playability with these stacks as they both have over 27 big blinds.
Curious to see just how much aggression Hayden will display pre-flop now that they're both pretty even, and a misstep would be even more costly. Will we see some more flops? Will we see some more post-flop play, or is it going to be pre-flop aggression until the end?
Raise.
Raise. 10 million.
Cards not in the box for Hayden. Typically, production and the dealers will correct that, but in the meantime, a blind hand against Joseph's Queen 10 suited. And right on cue. Got the scan, but still didn't pick up.
He's been using that box.
Good?
Yep. Are we good? Can you do it again for me?
To your right, apparently. But he's been using that box for the last minute.
There we go.
Good? Okay.
Jack 6 off. Not exactly proud to have to scan that one 3 times, but to a flop we take it.
Flush draw now for Joseph. He won't be going anywhere.
Check.
Conservative check behind, but does find a 6, a pair, and the best hand. When Hayden checks behind, Joseph has to feel okay about this queen high even being the best hand, right?
Correct.
Yeah, some of the time for sure.
8 million.
A delayed c-bet. Always confusing. Oftentimes a hand just like this maybe picks up a pair. Joseph going nowhere. Has plenty of equity heading to another river.
Doesn't get there. Hayden with the best hand.
Check. Check.
Queen high.
A chunk of just one chip ships back over to Hayden, who retakes the chip lead.
If you bet, I'm jamming, I think.
Really?
River, yeah.
Interesting tidbit he shared with his opponent. Whenever I hear that, I often want, like, is that the truth? Or are you just trying to put that fear into the opponent's head of,
They'll
like,
never
don't
know.
value bet me lightly. We'll never know. Tends to be pretty genuine, in
Yeah,
my
I think
opinion.
he actually was being serious. Like, oh, I'll just go for it there as a
Yeah.
bluff. Like, I think I believe him on that one.
Same.
As he'd have pretty much no other way to win the hand.
Do I have to scan this right box again?
Some blinds, I think we're okay.
Okay.
Shout out to the production. Navigating a final table is difficult with seats being pulled in and out,
10.
deals being talked about,
Right.
chips stacks fluctuating consistently, scanning which boxes, whatever it might be, the graphics, the chip counts, all these things happening seamlessly for a
That
great
time
show.
was bad.
Gotta respect it and appreciate it. Happy we get to watch this one to a conclusion together.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it for sure. Hayden now has chip lead pulled away a little bit on that last hand, but still very, very close. It's about a 7 big blind difference between the two. Hayden with the ace on the button.
All in.
Hold on.
This is what I was wondering. We will continue to see this. Even 20, just under 21 big blinds effective. We're ripping.
Yep, just kind of wanted to put maximum pressure, get folds, or potentially just see all 5 cards for the trophy.
Thank you, man.
In Joseph's position, you have to feel, man, if I could just pick up a hand
Anything
when
reasonable.
he rips 20 bigs.
Yep, anything reasonable.
But thus far, not happening. And the story of this heads-up match is Hayden continuing to win all the small pots, and Joseph with one big double to even it up.
Yep.
Yep.
Another ace for Hayden in the big, so he could rip over an open here. See what Joseph decides to do. He has inserted some limps, so from the button.
10.
Okay, goes for the min. Raise. Hayden may just jam here. Yeah,
Yep.
he does.
Deep sigh immediately from Joseph.
Yeah, you probably want to pick a little bit better of a hand to go with here. although it's annoying, Hayden, does this to you. You just got to let it go. And Hayden did pick up, it's an above average hand. Blind versus blind, very, very good hand. And picks up another pot and now increases the chip lead. 34 bigs over 23 for Joseph.
%, agreed, Daniel, in the chat. Ash is the GOAT. I'm happy to be alongside her here in the booth. If you like her in the booth, she's going to be here for the biggest event of the series, along with myself for the main event, the championship event. Flight 1A happening today, 1B tomorrow, and then days 3 and 4 on the 16th and the 17th, both going to be live streamed, including the final table on September 17th.
I'm very excited for that one. Be a fun one to commentate. And thanks for the kind words in the chat. It's been fun. Been my first time here on the East Coast and at Borgata. I've been being asked for years, when are you going to come to the East Coast? Well, I'm finally here, so please come say hi. Finally made it out. It's been awesome so far. I've really enjoyed it and got to play a total of 3 hands in this almighty tournament. So I did get to play it very briefly.
100,000 of your chips are right here at this table. We're looking at them.
That's this could be an all-in situation, as we just saw Hayden jam ace-9 off in this exact formation. Now Joseph with a real hand on
This
the
is
button.
what we were just talking about. If Joseph could just pick up a hand.
Yep. He should. If he goes 10 mil.
Again.
Oh, he opts for the limp. He's gonna rip here. Yep. It's gonna be an all-in call. Here we go.
Ace queen versus ace 9.
Finally had something to do war with.
Ace 9, I have ace queen.
And will the trend continue of Hayden getting the small ones and Joseph getting the big ones? This is a big one.
Nina.
Reload cards straight available.
5 for a chop.
4-3.
Not there. 8 on the river, and Joseph has just won the largest pot of the tournament. 236 million there, leaving Hayden with less than 10 big blinds.
Yeah.
Even if you raise, I'm jamming.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You just said it. Even if you raise, I'm jamming. Which is what he did a few hands prior. And now, Joseph with 5-1 chip lead.
So I have 9.
Big red cut down to small red, less than 10 big blinds, 46 million in play.
Right, 110 million.
He looks a little upset, frustrated, dejected, understandably so, but as he said, I'm not getting away from that heads up.
And also, this is, not over. We've seen crazier things happen, and one double, and he's just 2-1 dog, so anything can happen here.
Oh, yeah.
A little unlucky when you're heads up and you have an ace and your opponent has a bigger ace. We would call it a little bit of a cooler, all things considered, blind versus blind. Especially in this situation for all the chips.
And when we were 4-handed, Joseph was the short stack with 9 big blinds. They did an ICM deal, and all of a sudden,
So those are
an hour or so later,
million, 20, 30.
Joseph has 80% of the chips in play.
I have 100 and...
We got deals. We're good. We're barely playing for anything.
All right. So we should do a recount, okay? So 90 million, 100 million, 110 million, 114 million, 115 million, 115 million, 500,000. So that's 100 million. So I need 15,500,000. No, you're good, miss. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be helpful. I'm not trying to be rude. So that's 7.5 million. So it's okay. It's confusing. So just stack that up into a full 20, right? And
There's another 10.
yeah. So put that with that. That's 110 million. So now I need 5 million, 500,000, and then the rest, yeah.
There you go. Well done, Joseph.
Thank you.
Just clearly just being helpful there, because this many chips
It's a
in
lot
that
of
big of a
chips.
pot, that's
Yeah.
that's tough to
What a run for
make sure
bro.
you get correct.
One of the shortest stacks to this table.
Yeah, it's a
What'd
lot
you
of chips.
start
Got to make
today
sure you
with?
get it
I was
right.
6 of 8. I started with 19 million.
So you started with like.
I started with 16 blinds. Thank you.
And Joseph was for a while, even I think 5-6 handed was down to I think four big blinds at one point.
Last to sit down. Last to sit down. The other person's 5K.
9.5 big blinds for Hayden.
Huh? Oh, don't worry about me.
Yep, sounds good.
By the way, I have like 42 million.
All right, thank you.
Yep. No, sorry. Like 43.5 million.
If you want updates
And
on
it's
the
all
entire
going in the
final
middle.
table, of course, this stream you can go back and watch from the start. Poker.org also covering everything on their instant live feed. You can catch all the biggest moments, bust outs, payouts, and big stacks, big hands.
9-7 versus threes. I have 9-7 of clubs.
All right, here we go. Pair versus 2 overs.
Let's get it ready. The turnaround. Come on. 3 big.
Oh
4,
my
5, 6, 2
goodness. What a flop.
Wow.
He needs 16 outs to the river.
A
Gets there.
9. Joseph has done it. Joseph Molitor comes from one of the shortest stacks to the champion of the almighty million. Well, Hayden Hetland must settle for second place.
Wow.
His first cash ever on his live-handed mob page, though.
What an amazing accomplishment. Congrats to both players. Congrats to Hayden and our champion, Joseph.
Winner's photo, baby. Let's go.
Fucking go, baby.
Fucking
Go. Come on. Come on. Let's fucking go.
Joseph is pumped, rightfully so. He wanted it bad. You could tell. Played some good poker, and congrats to Joseph, our winner.
Congratulations to everyone that made the final table. We appreciate all of you sharing it with us. Congratulations to Hayden Hetland in second place, and the Suit Up Gang, Big Red, everyone in the chat supporting him. We appreciate you interacting with us and being here. But huge congrats to our champion, Joseph Molitor. First place. We're going to see some payouts scroll on screen. Winners' photos being taken here. But again, this is not the last live stream of this series. We're going to have a couple more throughout this week leading up to the big one, the 3,500 Open Championship on September 16th and 17th. Here's our payouts. Our winners, that was the original structure before the deal, 178K up top for our champion, Joseph Molitor. It's been a pleasure. My name's Terrence Reed alongside Ashley Frank Pokerface. Ash, any final words before we head out, Ash?
Thank you so much. This was a blast, and look forward to commentating on the main event. See you guys then.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Good night.